They're going to be my pick, but I mean it's hard to pick against Mr. Messi.
I know. I hear you. Yep. It's going to be a fun weekend of soccer. Well, I'll be watching, and if it rains a lot, we'll definitely be watching.
We'll certainly be watching.
Right, exactly.
Right. Thanks, Garrett.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Daniel, for sending us this email. I can't read your license plate on the air, but we got your email. Also heard from someone in Philly, and then John says, I like your sarcastic humor. So, so we couldn't get to all the emails. So
Thanks for everybody watching.
Thanks for reaching out.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are all set for a busy Friday here on Fox Local. We appreciate you joining us. Want to let you know a couple of the things that we are keeping an eye on, giving you a live look right now in Washington, D.C. Going to be some comments here shortly from the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, Markwayne Mullin, who is going to talk about election security, following up on the president's primetime address last night. So that is getting ready to begin. We are also standing by for a news conference in Bradenton, where police there are expected to release some body camera video showing what led up to an officer-involved shooting back in March. This was a case that, again, happened March 10th, I believe, March 10th, when they were executing a warrant and ended up shooting and killing 56-year-old Willie Bell. This is something that in the aftermath, his family, that the NAACP and some others had asked for answers, wanted the body camera released, and we expect that body camera video to be released today now that the FDLE investigation into this has concluded. So we're going to hear those results of the FDLE investigation, expect to see that body camera as well, and that is supposed to begin any minute now. In fact, it looks like our shot is coming up here, scheduled to start at 11, and it looks like, let's go ahead and get you to this, and we'll listen in here. I'm not sure if we're just doing some preliminary introductions, but I do believe we expect to hear from the chief, Josh Cramer, here in a second. So let's go ahead and listen in. It appears this news conference getting underway in Bradenton.
March 10th, officer-involved shooting of Willie Tyrone Bell. FDLE's investigation reflects the totality of the evidence gathered, including an on-scene investigation, witness interviews, an event chronology report, body-worn camera footage, physical evidence, and the medical examiner's report. Chief of Police Josh Cramer is going to have more on the officer-involved shooting, as well as FDLE's investigation and the review that was done by the state attorney's office. Following Chief Cramer's comments, he will take questions for a few minutes. After that, we will be providing media with links to the body-worn camera video, as well as all FDLE investigation materials. Chief?
Thank you. Thank you, Meredith. Just want to say I had a chance to speak with the family earlier. I'll fill you all in a little bit on that conversation later. We started today because we are here to talk about a officer-involved shooting, which basically use of deadly force. When that happens with our department, with a death of an individual, we hand that investigation over to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. We have a memorandum of understanding with them. A lot of departments around the area do. They handle that investigation. They are basically the finders of fact for that investigation. They conducted diligent investigation. Obviously, this happened in March 10th was the date of the shooting. And they take their time to make sure they have things right. They find those facts. They hand them over to the state attorney's office. The state attorney's office here locally conducts a review of that, conducts an additional investigation if necessary, and then they come out with their findings, which they turned over to us. A little background on the case. You're going to get basically a very in-depth file that has everything from the case, all the facts, all the body cam video. It is graphic body cam video. It shows the killing of a person, Mr. Willie Bell. Once you see the video, you'll understand. Let me back that up. FDLE handles the investigation. We can't comment on the investigation. We're not going to comment on those things because we don't want to corrupt their investigation. We don't want to do anything to influence anything. We took a lot of hits in the public. We took a lot of hits online for that because rumors started to spread. When we talked to the family today, they thought there were a lot of rumors that we came to point out that they weren't true. One rumor is that we were called that morning to the house because of possible drug sales happening because we got a tip from a neighbor about it. And so we showed up with our SWAT team and then ended up breaching the house. That's not how we operate. We had a investigation into that home. We had three, I believe, narcotics sales out of that home. And once we conducted further investigation, those narcotics sales also included reports of guns in the home, with the sales happening by Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell is a convicted felon multiple times over. He is not allowed to be in possession of firearms, but the reports were that he had them. That became high risk for us. So we're not going to just show up at your door with a few detectives and knock and say, hey, can we come in? And we got a warrant. That became a bigger issue. Additionally, we had reports that there was a child who was in the home. So we weren't going to just come and flashbang the house and disrupt everything. We were going to come in quickly, do what we had to do as far as secure it, and then hand that over to our investigators. When we got there, two people immediately came out of the house. While we were trying to breach the remainder of the house for about 4 minutes total, we ended up breaching one of the windows to a bedroom that had a closed door. One of the people who came out actually came out of that bedroom and then closed the door behind them and then told us that there was a child and another gentleman inside. So we wanted to make sure everything was safe in that room. When we breached the window, we found there was no other gentleman and a child inside. There was a man standing at the foot of the bed with a gun in his hand. He had his gun pointed in the direction of officers. That gun was a revolver, which is what our intelligence had told us. Once the officer who was at the window a couple officers at the window gave multiple verbal commands, at least 6 that I can count, to, in various ways, drop the gun and show his hands. He did not do that. When the officer determined he was armed with a gun, our officer is Officer Jaden Reppy. He's a SWAT operator. He fired at the subject, eliminating that threat. The gun in Mr. Bell's hand fell to the ground and was found in between his legs. It was not laying on the bed. It was not. Mr. Bell's hand was on the gun. That's the only way it falls right down to him. We didn't shoot him and magically a gun popped in the air and landed on the ground. Things don't happen that way. After that, we contacted FDLE. They came out for the investigation. They held the house while they did their investigation. After they were done, our detectives from narcotics were able to do their search of the home, which was the whole reason we're there in the first place. They found 4 guns total, including the gun Mr. Bell had in his hand. 4 guns total, other narcotics, which was the whole reason we're there for the search in the first place. Eventually, after just last week, we got the results back from the state attorney's office. Florida Department of Law Enforcement handed everything over to the state attorney's office, who then conducted their review. And last week, they forwarded us their final review, which was that Officer Reppy's actions were lawful and justified use of deadly force under Florida law. One thing I want to say, our officers don't go out every day to do their jobs. I don't put on this uniform every day to go out and try to target certain people other than the bad guys, other than the people breaking the law. We're going to do that every day. We're not going to stop doing that. That's why that's why the public, that's why we have police officers, is to stop laws from being broken, to enforce laws. Our officers on scene that day were doing just that. Officer Reppy in no way wanted to shoot and kill Mr. Bell. As you watch the video, I know you all are going to focus on the video. You're getting a ton of video today. When you focus on the video, focus on after Mr. Bell is shot and killed. Focus on the words of Officer Reppy, the remorse in his voice, the understanding of the officers of the gravity of the situation. People aren't going around giving high fives. They might say you're good. That's because he looked like he was probably about to hyperventilate, and you can hear that heavy breath from him. He wasn't trying to shoot him and kill him that day. He never thought that was going to happen. We go out every day thinking we have to protect people, but we never think that it's actually going to happen. It just happens so rarely. So I just want you to remember that as you review everything, review it all. Be fair in that. A lot of focus is on, as I talked to the family today, they were concerned because they had different reports of how things had gone. Again, that's because someone said something and then it went on social media. And then that was something we couldn't respond to and say, no, that's not factual, but you're going to have to wait and see on that. I spoke with Tracy Washington the day of, shortly thereafter, after the incident. Spoke with her after I'd seen the body cam video from Officer Reppy where he was faced with an armed subject, and let her know the video is going to show everything. You're just going to have to be patient. And here months later, I'm glad the community expressed pure patience, really, and it's just sometimes it's how it goes. Yesterday's situation in Hillsborough was tragic with those officers getting shot. Thankfully, they're going to survive. Those deputies are going to survive. That video was released right away because they were shot at. That's a little different scenario. That happens here, we might release that video right away. But in this situation where we had to make sure questions were going to be answered, we made sure FDLE took care of all that. I'll take about 5 questions.
The family, I spoke with them briefly outside, their big concern was that they say Mr. Bell was partially paralyzed, and that was maybe one of the reasons why he couldn't respond quickly. What would you have to say about that?
That may be the case. We won't know. However, the reports that we had gotten was that he was completely paralyzed. Clearly that wasn't the case. You'll see in the video he is standing at the foot of a bed. He was able to move around. He just wasn't able to move around very quickly, according to the family. But he was standing at the foot of the bed with a gun in his hand, pointed in the direction of officers. Officers are going to do what they have to do at that point. He'd been given ample warnings to act. All he had to do is take his hand off the gun, put his hands up, and everything's good. We're probably not talking today.
Chief, you did touch on it, but can you just talk about again that this was not just a one-off operation? This was a home that you had eyes on, and you knew that this was a problem in the community.
Thank you. Yes, we had the report of investigation. Our investigation revealed that there was narcotics happening there. Someone said Mr. Bell is the person to buy from. Come to find out, that's where he lived. That's where the sale took place 3 times over. He's a convicted felon. He has an extensive rap sheet, and I'm not here to relitigate any of that. That day, he did what he did with the gun in his hand, confronted our officers, and that's why we had to take the action.
Chief, I think you said about 6 times with the gun in his hand or something to that effect. When I was speaking with the family outside, again, I haven't seen the video that they have. Mm-hmm. They say that the gun was on the bed, his hand was near it, but that there was nothing that they saw of him actually pointing the gun at any time. Where's the confusion happening there if they saw that video?
I don't believe there's confusion at all. A man with a gun in his hand pointed in the direction of officers is a man with a gun in his hand pointed in the direction of officers. If they want to say that's not the case, or his hand was levitating over the gun, then there's no explanation physically on how a gun then comes from just laying on a bed to then down on the ground in between the man's legs after he is shot and killed.
I was also able to speak to the family on side, and they said the same thing. When you say the direction of, I want to clarify exactly what do you mean, and also they speak about that he fell. How much time passed after between you saw the gun and the shots were fired? How many seconds exactly did it pass?
Well, I'll go back to your first question. The distance between where the officers, there were several officers at the window, as close as you and I right now. So clear line of sight, straight on between the officer, Officer Reppy, and Mr. Bell. Okay? So if I have a gun in my hand, with a gun in my hand pointed at you, you're going to see that. And that's the case. A few seconds. I would say from the point he saw the gun, a few seconds.
Just to be clear, they never entered the home. It was all done through the window.
For that portion, yes. They had entered the home earlier, gotten people out, had stood by the door, but that bedroom door where, again, a person had come out and said, oh, there's a child and another man in there, closed that door behind her, didn't leave that door open. So that's why the officers had to stand at the window. That was their only way to see into that area.
The officer that has been reinstated now, is that correct?
Yes, he's back to full duty. He had quite a bit of, it wasn't time off. It was, we wanted to make sure he was fit to come back to duty, okay to come back to duty. He went through our protocols to make sure he was mentally prepared to come back. This is the first time his name has been out there in the public. So, you know, it's going to change the way people see him when they see him out and about. That's tough. It's tough for officers. It's tough for military. It's one of the things we work on with wellness, is trying to make sure that our officers are able to go out there and do the job every day.
Is he going to be able to effectively and safely perform his duties then on the street, or is he going to have a vest type on?
I want to make sure everybody hears your question. You asked if he's going to be able to safely and effectively do his job on the street. Yes, he is. Absolutely.
Chief, you mentioned the child. Was the child in the room with him, or?
So as it turns out, the report we got from that woman who came out of the house was a lie. There was no child in the house. The only other person in the house was Mr. Bell, who was standing in that room with guns. Okay. Meredith, you want to talk a little bit about the next step?
So as soon as we're done here, I'm going to send the members of the media, and also anyone who's made a public records request is going to get the full findings of FDLE. So that's going to include everything except for photos from the medical examiner's office. It's an extensive file. It's large. You're going to have every shred of body-worn camera video we have. Because it's such a large file, we're providing a separate link with just Officer Reppy's video. That should be quicker for everyone to download. But absolutely, we encourage you to look at all the materials and share whatever you would like.
Bradenton police giving an update, talking about how they're going to be releasing that body camera video. It was not shown at this news conference. You did hear the chief reference it multiple times, talking about what you will see in that, and also talking about it being graphic video as well. So he did not show that at this news conference. It is going to be released today. We'll likely have an update for you in our 2 o'clock hour, the Tampa connection on that, try to bring you an update. But the biggest takeaway from this news conference, the FDLE investigation saying that the use of deadly force in connection with this officer-involved shooting in Bradenton back in March was lawful and justified. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, we are counting down to the weekend. We got to look at a weekend forecast, but it's going to be a little bit of a busy weekend forecast.
Very active.
Yes.
Yeah, there will be some breaks in the rain, don't get me wrong, but definitely want to make sure you are prepared for some wet weather. So in terms of today, it's really going to start today where we have additional rounds of showers and storms that are going to be pushing through. 70% chance of rain today, which is one of the higher chances we've had almost all week since about, say, Monday, even Sunday. And we could see a couple strong storms, high of 93 today, hot and humid, feels like temperatures low 100s once again. We could see the risk of an isolated strong to severe storm. The Storm Prediction Center outlined most areas, say north of Kissimmee, west of I-95. You can see it does include the Orlando Metro, Seminole, much of Orange County through Volusia, Marion, Lake Sumter, pretty much all of our counties with the exception of areas near the coast, though we could still see a couple of strong storms there. Gusts up to 50, 60 miles per hour will be the main impacts felt, but also some heavy rain. We could see 1-2 inches of rain falling over a really short span of time that could lead to some isolated flooding in some spots, especially some of those low-lying, more flood-prone areas and roadways, and then frequent lightning, of course, which is dangerous, so just be careful when it comes to that. In terms of what we can expect for future clouds and radar, things are going to be panning out, and isolated downpours will start right around, say, midday. We'll start to see more of these showers and storms trying to get going as we head through about 2 and 3 o'clock, especially heavy showers and storms are going to continue to try and develop where we see those bright shades of pinks, reds, even some dark purples thrown into the mix. That will indicate some of that heavier rain and some of those stronger storms. We'll still see breaks in the rain and the action as we head towards, say, all the way through this afternoon, but things will wrap up by, I would say, right around 8:30, 9 o'clock is when we'll really see things taper off and the storms will lose a lot of their juice. Speaking of juice, tropical moisture is going to be a big factor for us as we've been talking about the last couple of days, and the forecast, especially I would say by Sunday and into Monday, and this is all because of what's trying to get going in the tropics. An area of low pressure is going to try and form over the next day or two. There's going to be a short window of opportunity for development, and the location of where this area of low pressure forms, the time it's able to spend over the water, those are two huge factors in determining exactly what could form. And we may see a tropical depression, tropical storm. Is it possible? Yes. Is it unlikely? I think so. If we have one form, it will likely be very brief and short-lived, meaning it's not going to last very long. Whether or not we get a tropical storm or tropical depression, we probably won't really even tell a difference. The direction it goes to is going to be a factor because we're starting to see more signals that it's going to kind of meander potentially out in the northern Gulf or maybe even move to the west. So that's also something to consider as we head towards the next couple of days. Regardless, though, it still looks like we're going to have some tropical moisture wrapped up in this, meaning that we'll have heavy rain and storms. A lot of rain will fall over short periods of time. The heaviest rain and thunderstorm action will be happening likely during the afternoon and evening hours. That being said, it does look like it'll be possible Sunday morning we could see a couple of showers and storms thrown into the mix. Even some of the more recent models, they don't have a great grasp on this because the area of low pressure hasn't formed yet. So that's why there's still a lot of uncertainties and a lot of questions with the forecast as to how this is going to evolve, because the thing we're tracking that's going to determine the forecast hasn't even formed yet. So that's why we've really just kind of been taking this day by day, and some of the models, especially the ones that we call the convective allowing models, essentially that helps to show future radar. And those don't have much rain at all this weekend. So we have to take all these things into consideration, that things are going to be changing and evolving, and just be prepared for some heavy rain at times over the weekend. I don't think it's going to rain all day long. Not a consistent rain. Off and on will be the big kind of a takeaway from this. And when it rains, it's going to go from dry to downpour just like that. It's going to be a real soaking rain. 70% chance is what we can expect Sunday and Monday. That will be likely when we have the majority of the impacts from this. Even still by Tuesday, a 60% chance of showers and storms. So definitely going to be expecting some wet weather here, but still breaks in the rain are going to be expected. I think that's a safe bet to plan on too. It's just a matter of where those breaks in the rain are going to be setting up shop. So when it comes to how much rain will fall, it looks like Tampa Bay is going to get the crux of this, and that's actually an area that really needs it. That's where we've had still an ongoing pretty significant drought, all the way stretching up the Nature Coast, Big Bend to Florida. West of Orlando looks like sweet spot being 2 to 4 inches near the I-75 stretch there into all the way from Alachua County through Marion, Lake and Sumter County. And then you'll notice right along the coast is where we'll likely have the highest concentration of totals, closer to 5 and 6 or more inches. Could see some isolated spots even higher than that. I don't want to completely discount this. This is where we have a 10% chance of development off the west coast of Africa. The reason we haven't talked much about this, it's probably not going to do much. It's going to move into what we call a less favorable environment, so it's essentially going to fall apart as we head into next week. But it's still a pretty stout tropical wave off the west coast of Africa. Development as a whole is unlikely. It's only a 10% chance. That's been outlined by the National Hurricane Center. But we've definitely seen things pick up in terms of activity, but still, that being said, things are overall not anything to get too excited or concerned about. The impacts for us are going to remain the same. Again, if we have a tropical depression, tropical storm, just some rain heading our way, maybe a couple of strong storms too. Temperatures are going to dial back just a hair for Sunday and Monday, back into the low 90s, which actually is close to where we should be for this time of year. And then we'll bounce back to the mid 90s as that area of low pressure pulls away. Some of the tropical moisture will too, and that will help to lower our shower and storm chances by, say, Wednesday and Thursday. So that's what we can expect over the next 7 days. We will start to see temperatures heat up as a result of it getting a little drier out there. But this is going to be an evolving and changing forecast. I don't think it's going to be a slam dunk when it comes to, an exact tropical system and setup. But just be on the lookout, especially with TJ, Laurel here this weekend. They'll also help to really take care of things and keep you up to date with the latest information, because again, it's going to be evolving as we head into this weekend. So if you've got travel plans, like Garrett, I know you've got some travel plans on the way. I think as you venture closer to the East Coast, you'll have lower chances of rain, closer to I-95 maybe, but if you're heading maybe to the Tampa Bay area, that's where it's going to be a little more of a toss-up for sure. A lot more rain heading that way.
All right. Well, just something we're going to have to deal with. But like you said, some of these areas that are getting the rain certainly need it. Don't want to see flooding or anything like that, but definitely need some of that rain.
And that's where it can be kind of a toss-up, because when we have such dry conditions too with the soil and the soil moisture, when we have had this drought, the soil can't absorb as much water, as well, just like a completely dry sponge versus one that's a little moist. At first the water's going to kind of run off. It'll take some time. So we'll of course keep you up to date though all weekend long. TJ and Laurel will be here, and of course as we head into Monday of next week too.
Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. And as we go to break, giving you a live look right now, and this is at MetLife Stadium, looking toward MetLife Stadium, where the World Cup final is scheduled for Sunday. That is going to be between Spain and Argentina. You're seeing some of that haze as well. That is from that Canadian wildfire smoke that is continuing to cause issues in the Northeast. But before we do go to break, let me bring up our poll question of the day today. We want to know how you plan to watch the Odyssey. That Christopher Nolan's new movie just released. It is now out in theaters. I went and saw it last night, 9:45 last night at the theater in Lake Mary. So are you going to see it IMAX or bust, whether regular IMAX or the 70mm film? Again, as we talked earlier this week, only one 70mm IMAX theater in Florida. That's in Fort Lauderdale. We talked with the owner of that theater earlier this week. If you want to find that interview, are you just going to see it in a regular theater like I did? Will you wait and stream it at home, or are you not interested and skipping it altogether? We want to know. Fox35Orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Going to leave this up for just a minute here, let you get your votes in, and then on the other side of this break here, going to be talking more about the Odyssey, getting a review, and letting you know what you need to know about it. So don't go anywhere. We are just getting started here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Our poll question today, we want to know how you plan to watch Christopher Nolan's new movie, The Odyssey. Looks like 56% of you right now are saying IMAX or bust. 22% saying you're going to see it on a regular screen at the movie theater. Nobody right now saying you're going to wait and stream it, but about a quarter of you saying you're planning on skipping it. We want to know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen. This is one of those movies that has had so much hype and a lot of expectation coming with it. As well, one of those movies that we know drives fans to the theaters. It's certainly an event in so many different ways. And joining us live today to give us some reaction and his thoughts on this film, we are pleased to be joined today by Patrick Tomaso. You know him on social media as I'm Patrick T. Joining us live now via Zoom. Patrick, thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right, Patrick, how many times have you seen The Odyssey now?
This is 3 rounds now. Last night was round 3. I saw it a couple weeks ago for some press screening. I got to see it again in Los Angeles on Sunday. And then last night was the ticket I bought over a year ago. So I got to see it with a big sold out crowd here in Toronto.
And so what formats have you seen it in?
Every single time I've seen it in IMAX 70mm. IMAX was invented in Canada. I'm Canadian, so I feel a little bit of pride towards that. And so I'm lucky we have 2 theaters out here in Canada, at least in Ontario, that can do IMAX 70mm, and Los Angeles has a couple as well where I was before. So if I can see it in IMAX 70, I'm always going IMAX 70.
And what does that, you know, we've got the showing on the screen right now where people can kind of see the differences. What is that experience like watching it in that IMAX 70mm?
I mean, it's almost hard to describe. It's unlike anything you've probably ever experienced in a film before, because up until The Odyssey, every other movie had IMAX sequences. So if you saw, you know, Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer, even going back to The Dark Knight, which was his first big feature film to be shot with IMAX cameras, that introduction to the Joker, you're expanding out to 1.43. So some of these IMAX theaters out there are 100 feet tall, 75 feet tall. And so when you're sitting in an auditorium and you see that full image fill the entire screen, it is truly unbelievable. And to see an entire film that way, like I said, I'm a little bit speechless, even having seen it 3 times, just how overwhelming it can be. You'll start crying just from the images, let alone the content of the film.
What did you think about the film?
I think it's a crowning achievement. I think in a way, I got to interview Anne Hathaway and Matt Damon a couple weeks ago, and something Anne said to me that I thought was really interesting is, like, you know, whether consciously or subconsciously, I do think she thought Chris has been trying to make this film through all his films. So it's almost every movie that he's been making has been leading to this. And when you watch this, you can see elements from Dunkirk, you can see elements from Oppenheimer, even going back to like Memento and Insomnia. This seems like the one that he's always been trying to make, and it's all on the screen. I find it just phenomenal. I've seen it again on Sunday. I have tickets even for next week. Yeah.
What is it that you think makes it that crowning achievement for him? Like you said, you can pick out certain elements, certain themes of his that we do see in all of his films, but what do you think makes this kind of the culmination of all that?
I think, just to focus even just on the technical aspect, you know, Chris has always talked about loving, and much like myself, like I originally saw IMAX movies as documentaries when I was a kid growing up at like the Toronto Science Center and stuff like that, where, you know, it was about space and it was about Earth and things like that and nature. But you'd always see an IMAX film and you go, this is, I've never seen an image like this before. And so now I think to see an entire Hollywood feature film, you know, look, Ryan Coogler was doing this for Sinners as well. Jordan Peele did IMAX stuff for Nope too. But for an entire film, like, you have to understand the tech here, because those cameras can only film for about 3 minutes at a time. So it's just incredibly challenging for actors. And they're also been incredibly loud. And so they sound like a diesel. The joke I always make is it sounds like a diesel Jetta. If you've ever heard one on the street, it's like a generator going by. And so for dialogue, it's just nearly impossible to record people talking. So they would always have to record that dialogue later or try to loop it on set, where they would just try to get a clean take. So IMAX actually invented this thing called the blimp, which is like a giant enclosure, which is like, think of it like a muffler for the camera, and so you can't hear that sound. So they would actually be able to record actual dialogue with an IMAX camera, which is the first time this has ever been done before. So even just from a technical achievement, let alone just the narrative, I do think this is just like something he's wanted to do probably since he was a kid, because I feel the same way. I would love to shoot a film one day on IMAX like this, and to see that he's paved the way for other filmmakers now to keep using this format is just phenomenal. And then Hero's Journey, the Odyssey is like one of the oldest stories we have in Western literature, and you can see elements in all his other movies that The Dark Knight pulls on that hero's journey from the Odyssey as well. And so this is like everything that Chris has seemed to like, and all his inspirations, and then all his goals as a filmmaker. I really do see it in this film. And then all the cast is phenomenal. The cinematography by Hoyte van Hoytema, also phenomenal. It really is just one of those movies where I don't like to get too into it because I don't like to overhype too much. I know I am hyping it up quite a bit right now, but it is one you really want to see in a theater because it is just magnificent.
And given some of those, you're talking about the technical achievement, given some of that, I mean, it makes it even more incredible, the finished product here, given how difficult that process of making it had to have been.
Yeah, no, it's really crazy. And I don't think even a lot of people can register just really how difficult. I mean, it's hard enough to make a movie as it is, but to do most of it practically, a lot of the stuff in this is very mythical, and there's a lot of fantasy in this film, but there's some pretty crazy I mean, you've seen it. There's some pretty crazy spectacle sequences that are, 80 to 90% done practically. And you like, as someone who has to break down movies and try to figure out and talk to people that make them, there's a lot of stuff in this movie I genuinely don't understand how he did it. It kind of just is like, I don't get it. This is wild. I've never seen something like this before. I've never seen Nolan do anything like this before. It really is fantastic.
There was quite a bit of discourse, at least on social media, in the lead up to this about some of the casting decisions in this movie. What did you make of the cast and their performances in this film?
They are every single person is fantastic in this movie. Look, this is not historical fiction, and it's not a real story by any means, right? This has always been a story, and so I think interpretations can be made however you'd like. And look, truly, when I say like this is the cast is probably gonna, if there was an ensemble Oscar opportunity, I think this would be like one of the first to win it, because again, that IMAX camera just forces you to be so present and be in the moment and give everything to what you're putting on screen, and everyone does that. And I think that's another cool part about IMAX, is just because you only have those 3 minutes, you better make those 3 minutes count, and everyone truly does.
So what do you think this film does for how we consider Christopher Nolan, his work, his legacy, his place among, the best Hollywood directors of all time? What do you think this movie does to how we consider his filmography?
He's one of the greats. I think we've already known that. Like, go back in time to like, what was it, 2008 or whatever, when Dark Knight came out. Like, those were already, making box office records. Look at Oppenheimer, right? The whole Barbenheimer movement and stuff like that. No one in a million years thought like a biopic about Robert Oppenheimer would bring in like nearly $1 billion, if not $1 billion, or whatever it ended up making. Like he's always defying expectations, and any report that you see coming out is like, this one's not going to work. He's bleeding money from the studio, or whatever it ends up being. He's kind of proven to us that we love his films, and he continues to keep making films that bring people back into the theaters. And in this era too, when you have a lot of young kids like, the Curry Barkers and the Kane Parsons with Obsession and Backrooms, like bringing Gen Z out. Here's a guy, Chris Nolan, who's been doing this for 20, 30 years now, and he's still bringing the kids out too, which I think that is also fantastic for someone to be at this level of their career, bringing this many people into cinemas. I think it's just for the industry as a whole, not just for Chris Nolan. Like, I just think as an industry as a whole, it's a really great time to be optimistic about the movie theater business, which we haven't been for the last few years. And so that's also like something I've been thinking about as well.
Yeah, because I mean, you talked about Oppenheimer, his last movie before this, and how that was one of those kind of like cultural moments. And this is another one where everyone's talking about it. It's driving people out to theaters who maybe haven't been to a theater, in a long time. Theaters are sold out. I mean, we've got one theater here in Florida that's showing the IMAX 70 millimeter, and it's sold out for weeks. I mean, why do you think things like this are so important for the future? When it comes to the film industry, theaters, and that whole experience of watching a movie in a theater. What do you think something like this does for that?
I think it's going to remind a lot of people that there is nothing like going to the cinema. I think, like, not to get into like the magic of film or to call it like a mysticism or something like that, but I do think you feel an energy in an auditorium that you do not feel at home. No matter how many friends you have over, you know, watching a movie by yourself or even just with your family does not compare to going out, just the experience of going out, making an activity out of it, going to the cinema, seeing a movie that was really designed to be seen on the biggest screen possible. It's magic. Like, it really is magic. And I wish I had better words or adjectives for it, because when I'm like I said, I'd seen it twice already in like press screenings ahead of time. And those are great. I love seeing a movie early. It's amazing because it helps do my job better. But I'm always waiting for that opening night. I want to be with that public showing where everyone bought their tickets a year ago. Everyone's there because they really want to watch this new movie. They're all very excited. You feel the electricity in the room. And then you have those conversations after when you're leaving. You go into the parking lot. You're talking to your friends. You're talking to strangers after what they thought of it. That is just something you cannot replicate with streaming. And I was looking at your poll earlier, and it's just like, even like the 20 or so percent, they're just like, I'm going to wait for streaming. This is not, because what will happen is you're going to watch it when you watch it at home. You're going to be like, oh God, I wish I watched this in the theater. Because this has happened a lot recently. It happened with Project Hail Mary early in the year, where everyone ended up seeing it when it came out, and they're just like, oh man, I wish I got to see this on a massive screen. Now you have the opportunity with this one. Learn the mistake or the lesson from the earlier one with Project Hail Mary, which is another great IMAX shot for IMAX film. Go ahead into a theater. And what I would like to say too, just to have this opportunity, I know it's easy to get into formats, and it's like the only way to see this movie is in IMAX. I don't like to be a format snob, though, and I say that with irony because I'm wearing an IMAX hat. I just want you to go to the movies. If your best theater is like a little one in a strip mall, or it's at your local, you know, mall or whatever it is, and it's a tiny theater that's been there for 40 years, and it's got still popcorn or whatever it is, just go to the movies. I promise you'll still have a very good time. It doesn't matter how big that screen is or how good the sound system is. Anything is better than your laptop. Anything's probably better than even your home theater. Just get yourself into a cinema, because I think you're really going to have a wonderful experience.
Oh, well said there. And I think there's something too, Patrick, just, you know, to be said for, you know, with this being such a cultural moment right now, and everyone talking about this movie, to kind of have that shared experience at a time that, you know, we live in such a fractured media landscape. Everyone has a different streaming service. Everyone is watching something different. We don't, in many cases, have something that everyone is watching anymore. And so I think it's cool to kind of be able to have that kind of shared language, you know, and everyone kind of talking about this and seeing this, and then being able to see, you know, what did you like about it? What stood out to you? You know, what did you take away? What resonated with you? I just think it's cool to have that in this day and age where we don't have that often anymore.
No, and also just like think about, you know, you're going to be online, you're going to be like, we're all going to be scrolling and stuff like that. And like the conversation ends up being like the reactions and everyone discussing the film and everyone making memes. And that's all part of this now that I think is really enjoyable. Even what I do on the internet and how I talk about films and review them and talk to filmmakers and stuff like that. Like, we're part of this like new culture, obviously, where we go experience a thing communally in person, which I think is awesome. But then we have this whole second experience afterwards with a big community online where we all get to keep talking about it and having conversations and discussions and whatnot, and sharing jokes and memes, and like you'll see all these clips like, this is what it was like and how I felt in the third act of the Odyssey. And so I'm already seeing it all over the internet, and we're technically kind of at opening day now because Thursday was a preview. And so this will be like a really fun weekend of people chatting about this and more people realizing how great it is. And that's the fun part for me too. It's like going into Monday next week, like just seeing how everyone reacts over the weekend, and that kind of debriefing portion now that happens on the internet, rather than when you're at home and you're kind of doing that at the same time. You're watching like the new season of whatever it was that came out on a streamer, and you're half watching it, half on your phone, looking at Twitter or whatever the heck it is. Now you get to actually completely unplug for like 2.5 hours, 3 hours, and then you can go online and have all that fun time afterwards, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Patrick Tomaso, I'm Patrick T on social media. Thank you so much for taking the time and chatting with us. Really enjoyed talking with you, and I hope you enjoy your next showing just as much as you enjoyed the others.
I hope you get to see it again too. Appreciate it. See you at the movies.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but as we go to break, we're going to pull this poll back up. I want you to continue to vote. We've had more votes come in. How are you watching the Odyssey? Still looks like most of you saying IMAX or bust right now. As you heard Patrick, no matter how you see it, go see it in a theater. I certainly highly recommend it. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. An interesting find announced recently in space where sugar was found in interstellar dust clouds. So, first of all, my reaction was, what? And so what does this mean? What are the impacts of this? We are joined by someone who's going to talk with us about that right now. Pleased to be joined by Dr. Jamie Foster, a professor with the University of Florida Department of Microbiology and Cell Science. Dr. Foster, thanks so much for taking the time and joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
It's a pleasure to be with you today.
Okay, so did you have the same reaction I did with this find, or was this something that was expected?
Well, it is an exciting discovery. It's really showing that complex chemistry is happening in the vastness of space. So in that sense, we never knew that it could happen before. So it was exciting that this team made this discovery. Is it unexpected? No, I think they've discovered hundreds of really interesting organic molecules in space. So as the technology gets better, we're making more and more of these amazing discoveries.
And so what exactly was found? We hear sugar. I know that can be kind of a couple of different things here. So what was found, and how did it end up there?
Right. So it's a 4-carbon sugar. So everyone might be familiar with things like glucose and fructose. Those are 6-carbon sugars that we call monosaccharides. And when you put those together, they can make more complex sugars like sucrose. But this was a very simple sugar. It's a 4-carbon sugar called erythrulose, and it is found if you go eat your strawberries or your raspberries or your grapes. They are in small concentrations in the fruit, a lot of the fruit that we eat. But it was unexpected in the space because obviously, how did it get there? That means chemistry is actually happening in this molecular cloud, in this interstellar media. And these molecular clouds are actually where stars eventually form. So the fact that it's in this stellar or solar nursery, so to speak, is pretty amazing that this chemistry can happen in the absence of life.
And so what do we learn from this? What does this tell us? The fact that this was found where it was found, what do we learn from this?
Well, we learned that these stellar or molecular clouds are kind of chemical factories. And when the Earth was very, very young, we always kind of thought that maybe all the primordial materials that are required to form life formed on Earth. But this is telling us that maybe there was a chemical inventory already in place to give maybe life a head start on the formation. So the fact that more complicated molecules like this sugar were already could have been already on the early Earth and deposited. We have other clues too, because similar sugars are also found in meteorites and asteroids. So some of the building blocks of life on Earth could have come from space. Maybe it wasn't just made here, maybe it came from extraterrestrial sources.
It's kind of wild to think about, isn't it, Dr. Foster?
Oh, it's incredibly interesting. And it really shows that life might have formed pretty rapidly on Earth if they didn't have to start from absolute scratch, building all the building blocks of life. And if these chemicals are really so abundant in the universe, in all these molecular clouds, maybe that means there's life elsewhere beyond the Earth. Maybe that's just microbial life, maybe it's more, but it shows that there's a capacity for these molecules to move and be distributed across the universe.
So what next then, Dr. Foster, with this kind of discovery here? Is this going to be a launch pad for further exploration, further findings, further studies and research?
I hope so. I think that now that they've kind of built built upon some of these earlier techniques, that they can start looking for even more complicated organic molecules in this interstellar media. So I think it's just a launching pad to start looking for even more complicated building blocks of life in the interstellar media and space.
Just talk to us about the where we are right now. I mean, it's the technology, some of the focus and the attention that some of these things are getting. It really is just, I would imagine, a fascinating time to be able to be studying some of these things. Just the potential for future discoveries seems to be limitless.
Absolutely. And this is why the field of astrobiology, or the search for life beyond our planet, is so exciting, because it took astronomers and chemists to work together to kind of make these discoveries. So it just shows what, with these two telescopes that they used and combined the data to find this, what we're capable of here on Earth to really understand how life came to be in the universe, in the solar system, on our planet. It's just an exciting advancement for the field of astrobiology.
Yeah, it really is cool and neat to talk about, and we appreciate you joining us here to talk with us about it today. Dr. Jamie Foster, full professor with the UF Department of Microbiology and Cell Science. Really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Oh, hold on, we're 5 seconds out. Sorry. All right, our poll question of the day: how are you planning to watch the Odyssey? 54% of you right now saying IMAX or bust. About 11% saying you'll see it in the regular theater. 11% saying you're going to wait a little bit, you will stream it at home. And then about 24% of you saying you're skipping it altogether. Let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen as well. and let us know if you have plans to see the Odyssey. Well, if you don't have plans for the movie theater this weekend, there's plenty of other things you can also get into, whether or not you're going to the movie theater. A lot of things that you can check out as well around town. And so it is time for our community crossroads, where we take a look at some of the big things happening all around Central Florida. And for that, we bring in our friends from U-Nation, Sarah Barkley, social coordinator there. And Sarah, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's start.
There are a lot of
Yeah, go right ahead.
I was going to say there's a lot of great things this weekend to get started on. Starting with the Florida Fest this weekend. It's already started yesterday, but it's going to go throughout the entire weekend through July 19th. It's starting from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., so this is a nighttime event. Tonight they're going to be doing live music with the Icon Party Band and then a collab with El Perrero. This is a half outdoor area, so if it does rain, it'll still be covered, so you're still able to head out to this event and grab some food. Tomorrow they're going to be having a reptile encounter, a sunshine market, and a seashell craft at 1 p.m. with sandcastle building, live music with the live effect band, and another big collab with T Lizard. Of course, weather pending, but still this is a covered area, so it should still be happening. And then Sunday, of course, the World Cup finals on, so you can't miss that. They'll be showing that at 3 p.m., but also offering sand art and sandcastle building at 1. More live music with Moon and Ray, another big collab with T Lizard, bounce houses at 12, face painters and balloon artists, and theme crafts. So this is a perfect family-friendly event.
Yeah, so many things going on there. I mean, it all sounds fun.
Yes, there's also some great markets happening this weekend. A summer slasher market on Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So you can still go to a market before the World Cup games. This is at Brewlando Brewing, and it's hosted by two girls and a market. They're going to be having horror-themed local vendors, spooky photo opportunities, coffee drinks from foreign grounds, and again, it's hosted at Brew Orlando Brewing. Orlando gets started extra early for those fall and Halloween events, so we were not surprised to see this market already happening.
Yeah, if there's Christmas in July, why can't there also be Halloween in July?
Exactly.
Now, you talked about the World Cup final. There are some watch parties around as well that folks might want to check out.
Yes, of course we have you guys covered. There are a ton of watch parties happening all throughout the city, but we have two of our favorites for the Spain versus Argentina game. At 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., this bar will be open. Fast Break Sports Bars, located in the Hilton Orlando, is doing a watch party with those FIFA-themed cocktail specials. They'll also have food and beverage specials throughout the tournament. They have giant TV screens, so you can't miss a moment of the action no matter where you sit. And if you spend over $75, you get complimentary parking since this is at a hotel. The parking is on site, but if you're not planning on spending as much money, we highly recommend that you Uber or maybe park at Icon Park where the parking is free, and then of course grab that Uber over there. And then we also have the Wharf World Soccer Tournament Final Watch Party. This is a little bit more of a pricier event, so if you have more of a budget to go and you're ready to go all out for this final game, tickets start at $83. But this event is all inclusive, which means unlimited food and beverage from 2:30 p.m. throughout the final trophy ceremony, including unlimited cocktails like single port drinks. They have Corazon tequila, Tito's vodka, and then unlimited draft beers. They also have all you can eat, which is including a nacho bar, cheeseburger sliders on Hawaiian rolls, tacos that are shrimp or chicken wings. So you can go hungry and you'll be fed throughout the night. You can grab those drinks. And if you're planning on eating a lot and drinking a lot, that ticket is totally worth it.
Well, and talking about these World Cup watch parties, I mean, it's just fun when you're talking about something like that to go to a watch party like that, watch it with a bunch of people, enjoy the crowd and that kind of thing. It's just a fun vibe for something like a World Cup final.
Yes, I honestly wasn't into the World Cup until I started going around Orlando and going to these watch parties. And let me tell you, Orlando really, really shows out. They make it so fun. There are so many great venues, but those are two of our favorites.
All right, can't go wrong, I don't think. That's for sure. So many great options. Now, in our local spotlight this week, you're giving us some good spots for a rooftop sunset.
Yes, of course. The weather's not looking super great and promising this weekend, so you guys can save this on your list to go throughout the weekdays, as these are open on the weekdays too and a little less crowded. But we have a couple great rooftop bars. Bar 17 Bistro is located on, of course, the 17th floor at Universal's Aventura Hotel. It has panoramic skyline views and it overlooks Universal Orlando, Volcano Bay, and International Drive. They have great sunset vibes and it's perfect for those sunset drinks. They also have a menu of shareable plates, bao buns, burgers, and globally inspired dishes. Their menu has changed since we've gone out there, but we've heard great reviews, and no theme park ticket is required. You can visit the hotel and enjoy the rooftop experience, and if you have an annual pass to Universal, you can park at City Walk and take the bus right over, so you don't pay for parking at the hotel.
All right, that's a great
We also
hack
have
there.
a couple yes. We also have AC Sky Bar, and that's on the 18th floor of the AC Hotel in downtown Orlando. So if you're more on the downtown side, they're known for their modern atmosphere, their handcrafted cocktails. They have panoramic views of the Orlando skyline, and then they have small plates. So come ready to share. They have tapas, flatbreads, charcuterie boards, and light bites, and they frequently host DJs, themed events, and happy hour specials throughout the week. Valet parking is available at the hotel, but there are several nearby parking garages within walking distance that are gonna be a lot more budget friendly. So if you're planning maybe not to stay overnight at the hotel, we recommend you park and then take a little bit of a walk.
And then there are a couple of other spots as well that you got that could be good spots to see. Again, like you said, maybe not this weekend, but certainly bookmark it because there are a lot of good rooftop spots.
Absolutely. We also have Saba. This is on the 17th floor at the Conrad Orlando, which is located at the Evermore Resort. It's the other side of it. They have stunning views looking over Evermore Bay, which is that bright blue pool you might have seen on social media. They have elevated regional Mexican cuisine with a modern twist. They have house-made salsa, fresh masa, moles, tacos, and shareable plates. And they're known for their agave forward cocktail program, which includes handcrafted tequila, mezcal cocktails that are inspired by Mexican flavors. And again, complimentary valet parking is available when you dine there. You just have to ask for that parking validation. We also have Kappa Steakhouse and Bar. This is a Michelin recognized rooftop. So if you're looking for even more elevated food and you're a big foodie, this is at the 17th floor of the Four Seasons Resort at the Walt Disney World Resort, and they specialize in Spanish inspired cuisine featuring steaks, seafood, tapas, and shareable small plates. This is one of the best places to watch the Magic Kingdom fireworks in Orlando. So if you can time it right, you can go there and watch the fireworks and have a stunning view while you're eating dinner. They also have an award-winning wine program with an extensive selection of wines, handcrafted cocktails, and Spanish-inspired drinks. They have an open kitchen with a wood-burning grill, so you can watch the chefs prepare your food right in front of you, and complimentary valet parking. We know that the complimentary parking is super important when parking at these resorts. You just have to ask for that validation again. And then if you're heading to International Drive, they have Tom's Watch Bar. This is a Orlando sports bar, so it's going to be a little bit different of a vibe, more casual with 360 viewing, over 100 HGTVs, and then they show every major sporting event. So NFL, NBA, NHL, MLB, UFC, soccer, college sports, and more. So if you're looking for literally any game, you're going to be able to guarantee that you're going to see the game at this bar. They have normal kind of American fare like wings, burgers, sandwiches, loaded tots, shareable appetizers, a full bar, and of course they regularly host those watch parties and have a lot of fun events. And then the last one, we have so many great ones, but Illume is one that's located on the 9th floor of the JW Marriott Orlando Bonnet Creek Resort and Spa. And they have modern Japanese cuisine. They have sushi, sashimi, robata grilled dishes, wagyu, and more small plates. They're known for their premium sake selection and Japanese whiskeys. And they have beautiful views, again, of the Walt Disney World area. And it's another great vantage point to watch those nightly Disney fireworks. They also have complimentary valet parking, but you have to, of course, ask for that validation again when you're dining there.
So many good options, so many good things to check out this weekend and beyond. Sarah Barkley, social media coordinator with YouNation. Always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having us. And if you guys are looking for even more things to do, you guys can follow us real time on Instagram at Stuff to Do in Orlando, or download the free YouNation app. We have guides to everything you could possibly need in Orlando.
All right, it is certainly a helpful tool, that's for sure. Sarah, thank you. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. It is now afternoon on this Friday. And thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Some interesting reporting this week from the Tampa Bay Times talking about how the Rays might be maneuvering things to get a stadium deal done. We know it's been 2 months since the Tampa City Council approved a non-binding memorandum of understanding with the Rays by 1 vote to move negotiations forward. But the Tampa Bay Times is reporting that the Rays might be looking at ways that they can do this deal without the city of Tampa. That's according to the Hillsborough County Chair, Ken Hagan. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with sports business reporter Nicholas Villamil with the Tampa Bay Times, who talked more about what this might look like and what the next steps in the process are.
Yeah, so this is something that we've been hearing about for weeks. It kind of all dates back to after the non-binding MOU agreements. The county was pretty strong in its approval of it, but the city gave the Rays 4 votes, but one of them was a council member, Bill Carlson, telling them it's a no in the future, which meant the team knows now that it has to get that 4th yes elsewhere or turn Carlson despite his strong stance against it. And so one of the possibilities that's kind of like been in the rumor mill recently has been, can you alter the current structure to place more responsibility on the county, or maybe not more on the county for sure, but certainly less on the city to make it more palatable for the council members that are expressing the serious hesitations. And so yesterday, Commissioner Ken Hagan, who's the chairman of the Hillsborough County Commission, went on the radio and really kind of said it out loud for the first time, even though we kind of had been hearing it for weeks. And so that just kind of sets up an interesting few weeks here as we see kind of what's coming down the pipe.
And we've already seen the city kind of punt this vote several times. I mean, I think it was originally supposed to be like March or something. Now the earliest is probably August. I mean, what does it mean that this decision, this funding has been punted so far so many times?
Yeah, I think it's really just rooted in the uncertainty of what the ultimate structure is going to be, right? The vote that was delayed was the CRA vote, which is where 100 million in bonds would be coming from. And that's what could or could not end up changing. And so I think it's just difficult to have that vote with so much uncertainty still. And so I think that's why you kind of keep seeing that delay. But I do think that in the next month or so, for sure, we're going to start to get more clarity on what that structure is and who are the people that need to be voting and when they will vote.
When we look at this $975 million ask, $800 million in the CRA is what I'm reading. What are some other projects that could potentially, be put on hold or that they would have to pick the raise over?
Well, I think that is what you will hear people specifically on the county side push back against. The people who support this deal really believe that they can get this done without having to put anything at risk. That's something that the team has really come out and said, that this isn't going to put police, fire, roads, any of this stuff at risk. Of course, that's what they're saying, right? Like, it is a lot of money. We don't know what happens until it happens, but certainly by using the community investment tax on the city side, on the county side, certainly by using the community investment tax, by using the general revenue funds, they are taking from money that could go elsewhere for sure. And how that ends up impacting future projects, I think, is just a projection that only really time will tell, and that proponents will say it's not going to affect, and critics will say it absolutely will affect. And I think, it's kind of a wait and see situation.
And in the meetings that we've kind of peeked in on, it feels like everyone in the Tampa Bay area, feels from 1 to 10, they're at a 10, whether they love this deal or hate this deal. I mean, what's it like for these commissioners who have to kind of wade the waters and figure out how to vote?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a difficult decision, because I think there are a lot of people who feel strongly about their baseball team and keeping it in the region and giving it a new home. But at the same time, there are a lot of people who see this as a public subsidy that they just can't stomach, that they can't support. And so I think it's definitely a difficult line to walk. And I think that's part of the reason why it's taken some time here.
You said earlier that this city vote, we had one of the city commissioners saying it's a yes for now, but no on the final deal. Do the Rays feel like it's possible to flip him or anyone else into a yes on the final MOU?
Yeah, I think the team is definitely still, like yesterday, the statement we had from the team's CEO, Ken Babby, was that they're still in dialogue with these elected officials. And I think kind of the way I see it is that they're going to continue to try to explore every avenue possible. And in the past, he's kind of told us that, their CEO, Babby, has told us that he kind of views this as a sports game, right? And you got to go out, you got to play, you got to try, right? And just because somebody's telling you no in this moment, like, maybe they'll tell you yes in the future. Certainly some of these seem to be strong no's, but I don't think they've necessarily abandoned trying to just find a way to get a fourth yes on the city and not have to change the structure as it is now.
But what kind of leverage do the Rays have to pull? Like, what kind of concessions or what kind of things have they indicated that they might be willing to budge on?
So after the non-binding MOU passed, the messaging from the team was that that was the financial structure and that now it's time to figure out the definitive documents. I think that's what they want, but of course you need the votes, right? And so I think now you're kind of seeing that, trying to figure out how do we get the votes, what does that entail, and maybe it will ultimately entail changing the structure that ideally they presumably didn't want to change.
And it feels like Ken Hagan is about as all in as you're going to see an elected official get. What's the vibe with the other county commissioners?
Yeah, I think the vibe is, I think as you saw in the non-binding MOU vote, it was pretty strong on the county side, right? The vote was 5-2. The 2 no votes were expected no votes, just on their kind of philosophical stances. And the people that were kind of seen as more like on the fence all erred on the side of, let's give this deal a chance. Whether those folks end up becoming yeses on binding documents remains to be seen, and will depend on how this deal ends up looking and depend on what ends up happening maybe with the property tax dilemma and all of this. But I mean, there was a lot more willingness on the county side to keep moving forward with non-binding steps, certainly more than there was on the city side.
Awesome. So Nicholas, what's next? What should we be looking out for?
Yeah, I think in the next month or so, we're going to be getting, as the team has been calling them, definitive documents. We're going to be getting more clarity on what this final structure that they're going to try to get approved is actually going to look like. The team has started its stadium contractor search and wants to announce who will be building their stadium by August 14th, I believe, and possibly even start building that soon. And so I think, like Commissioner Hagan said on the radio yesterday, he said that this needs to come to a vote in August and things have to get moving in September because of the team's kind of self-imposed deadline. And so, yeah, I think things will definitely start moving in the next few weeks, and we'll get more clarity on just what the structure of the deal will look like.
And just to play devil's advocate here, what if the deadline isn't met? What if this deal pushes into the offseason potentially?
I think it's pretty unclear right now, right? There have been past deadlines that the team has kind of tried to aspire to that haven't panned out. And so I wouldn't necessarily say that maybe it means that it's over, that it's not going to happen. There certainly seems to be the possibility to extend a lease at Tropicana Field for another year or two. But I mean, I think that will really just be decided in discussions when it does happen. But no, like, if this doesn't happen, this will happen has been given by anybody from the team.
Going to be interesting to continue to watch that process. That was Nicholas Villamil, sports business reporter with the Tampa Bay Times. As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, going to ask you again our poll question this afternoon. How are you planning to watch the Odyssey? Today's the release date of that highly anticipated movie. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote, or you can scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have more to get to, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. We are a few seconds out here, then I'll introduce you and we'll jump in.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. We are following up this week on the Attorney General's announcement that the state is launching a probe into potassium bromate, which is a food additive in some flour that's sold in the United States. The Attorney General saying that they're looking into this because of some of the harm that it can cause. And so we're diving a little bit deeper into that and learning some more about what that is, what that additive is, what it does, and that kind of thing. And so we are pleased to be joined this afternoon by Dr. Chin-Chun Rao, who is an FSU professor and runs the Food Safety and Quality Lab. And he joins us live now via Zoom. Dr. Rao, thanks so much for taking the time today.
Thank you for having me.
So first of all, can you just explain to our viewers what potassium bromate is and what it does, why it's added to flour and foods?
Okay, actually potassium bromate is an inorganic chemical compound. In food processing, it's primarily used as the flour improving agent and dough conditioner. Chemically, it's a strong oxidizing agent. So the FDA lists several technical functions for this chemical, including dough strengthening, flour treatment, leavening, and oxidation. In practical terms, however, its principal role in bread making is to strengthen the dough so that it performs more consistently during processing. So related to another question, how this chemical used, right? So basically, it may add a small amount to certain flours or dough formulations. During dough mixing, fermentation, proving, and baking, it acts as an oxidizing agent. At the molecular level, it promotes stronger connections among gluten proteins. These connections strengthen the gluten network. A stronger network can retain carbon dioxide produced by yeast more effectively, allowing the dough to rise and maintain its structure. Thank you.
Now, more than 40 countries have banned it in food products. Why is that?
Because from the current study, the International Agency of Research on Cancer classified this chemical as Group 2B. That means this chemical is listed as a possible carcinogenic to human. That evaluation found sufficient evidence of carcinogenicity in experimental animals, but inadequate evidence in humans. In animal studies, tumors were observed particularly in the kidney, as well as in the thyroid or other tissues under certain experimental conditions. The evidence also identified oxidative DNA damage and genotoxicity as relevant scientific concerns. That's why more than 40 countries list as this one is prohibited.
So if more than 40 countries have banned it, then why is it not banned here in the United States?
Oh, I cannot have more comments related to this legal thing, but FDA already mentioned we can use this, still can use this chemical, but the final product use such kind of bromated flour, the final one no more than, this chemical can be no more than 50 ppm.
And so what does it do to the body? How does it interact in that way? How is it that it is able to do those things, like you said, the reasons that it's being used, but how is it able to cause some of those potential harms?
Because this chemical from the experimental animal studies, this is a carcinogen. Okay, this is well studied, documented. But in the human study, we still do not have any conclusive evidence at this moment.
Okay, so still some questions even at this time about its impact and what could come from it. It's interesting to talk about Dr. Chin-Chun Rao with the Florida State University Food Safety and Quality Lab and a professor there. Dr. Rao, we appreciate you helping us make sense of this here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, Dr.
reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. This week, 12 states sued to block the potential merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers. This after the purchase of Warner Brothers Discovery by the owner of Paramount, David Ellison. Now, Paramount has responded to this lawsuit, saying it's wrong on the facts and the law. This was something that's been getting a lot of attention because of its implications on a number of different fronts. And so what happens next? I mean, this is part of a larger conversation about the mergers of some of these large companies. And we had the chance, Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with employment and antitrust Jonathan Pollard about what's happening here and what this means.
Well, I think it's obvious that they were going to challenge the merger, right? Because if you look at the DOJ, all right, line staff at the DOJ, we're talking like workaday attorneys who reviewed this merger, they flagged it. They raised a number of concerns about it in terms of market consolidation. So we can just kind of go through what the big picture is in terms of what the state attorneys general are challenging. They're basically saying that, one, movie theaters, okay, in terms of movie theaters being able to bargain for the price of these movies, because they have to pay a certain split of the ticket price to the studios, okay? So they're basically saying it's going to consolidate that market, which is going to drive up the price that the theaters have to pay to the studios, which is therefore going to drive up the price the consumers pay. The other big ticket item is cable TV, basic cable, right? And that comes down to a variety of different programming, but mainly sports and live sports, right? Basically consolidating the market and the number of companies that are going to control certain TV programming, but especially live sports. And that is the basis. That's the fundamental basis and the strongest part of the Attorney General's challenge to the contemplated merger.
As someone who works with antitrust lawsuits, how big of a deal is it that, you know, more than a fifth of the states in the country kind of banded together for this complaint?
Well, I think on a very basic common sense level, if you have two of the biggest production companies, I guess for lack of a better term, if you have two of the biggest production companies in the United States merging at a very basic surface level, that sounds like it is going to have negative impacts on competition. But I think this situation is even more interesting because of the political aspects of it, okay? At the Department of Justice, the workaday attorneys who review these mergers, they were against it. But the Department of Justice at the top, i.e. a Trump appointee, approved the merger, greenlit it, said, nope, this is going to go ahead and go through. And some of the folks who are backing the merger have made huge contributions to Donald Trump and are expecting some political favors in return. So it's not just a standard antitrust case. It also brings in and implicates politics, campaign contributions, political favoritism, cronyism, and everything else that's kind of representative of what America has become.
And then when we talk about the grander political implications of this, we know that like you said, the Ellisons, who were big up in Paramount, have a lot of favor in the Trump administration. I mean, how much impact could that potentially have in the ruling and in the DOJ's, I guess, defense of this merger?
Well, so the DOJ at this point is functionally, they're out of the picture, right? Because they greenlit it. Their opinion on it has nothing to do with what happens from here on out. So the plaintiffs, the attorneys general, are seeking a temporary restraining order, which is an injunction. It's a court order to say this merger cannot go through. Now, that has massive consequences to the tune of like $7 million a day. Okay, as a penalty if the merger does not go through. So if the merger is blocked by an injunction, if the court, the Northern District of California, blocks the merger by a temporary restraining order or a preliminary injunction, then the defendants here, they'll appeal. The production companies will appeal to the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit will not undo the injunction and will not grant any sort of emergency intervention or relief. They will then take it to the Supreme Court, okay? And it's mind-blowing that the Supreme Court of the United States would jump in a business case like this on an emergency basis, where if you went to the Supreme Court or I went to the Supreme Court, they would probably laugh at you and not give your case 2 seconds. But when billionaires go to the Supreme Court, this just crystallizes the premise, okay? In America, it's not a justice system, it's a legal system, and there are multiple versions of the legal system. You and me get the version for regular folks, but the Ellisons and Paramount and all the billionaires who have friends in government and high places, they get the version of the system that is made for billionaires. So the Supreme Court most likely would intervene in this case and squash the injunction. They would actually lift the injunction and say the merger can go through. That is where I think this ultimately heads, provided Paramount's lawyers can move it quickly enough. They're going to get enjoined in the trial court. It'll be upheld by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, but they will get emergency treatment from the Supreme Court, probably on the secret shadow docket, and the Supreme Court will stay the injunction and let the merger go forward based on political favoritism, because this is America, and that's how it works in 2026.
And when you say shadow docket, what do you mean by that?
So it's wild, right? Where people tend to think about like courts, they should be open and the public should get to see what's happening and there should be briefing and we all get to read it and be informed and know how the process works. That's the furthest thing from how the modern Supreme Court operates. The Supreme Court routinely issues rulings on what is called the shadow docket. So there's no oral argument. Oftentimes the decisions come out, late at night. It's one paragraph short decision. Sometimes it's not even signed. You don't know who authored it, but it's called the shadow docket, and it can basically bypass the entire process of actually having a case proceed through the Supreme Court, having an oral argument, having lengthy decisions, a majority decision, a dissent, a concurring decision. It just bypasses all of that. And it's primarily for people who are, one, politically connected, or two, in the power structure with the corporate elites, which these people are, which is why they're probably going to get emergency shadow docket treatment and get exactly what they're asking for because they paid for it,
And we saw, obviously this is significantly higher at the national level, but as far as local televisions go, back in March, we saw a similar kind of merger deal with Nexstar and Tegna be frozen by a similar group of attorneys general. Does that kind of precedent mean anything when it comes to this case?
In a normal functioning society with a legal system that worked correctly, then that sort of precedent would at least be informative of the roadmap here. But what we have in America now, and again, I'm not some wild-eyed conspiracy theorist, okay? I went to law school at Georgetown. I worked at one of the most elite law firms in America. I've owned, managed, and run a multi-million-dollar law firm that litigates big, high-stakes cases throughout the country for the past 14, nearly 15 years. I'm not a crazy person. I'm telling people how it is, okay? The system is largely a two-tiered system. And so when folks get involved who are billionaires with a B, and they control these massive corporate interests, and they've given tens of millions of dollars to high-ranking political figures like the president, right? These people have the ability to bypass the ordinary legal process, the protocol, how things normally work, and get their kickback, to get the favors that they purchased from the government that they now own. So the Nexstar case, the prior case that you mentioned, I don't think that's predictive of what's going to happen here. I think what's most predictive of what's going to happen here is money and politics.
And as an attorney who works with antitrust cases like this, how do you fight back against special interest groups with a lot of times way more financial resources than you might be privy to?
Well, unfortunately, okay, in these very big, high-level cases like this, which, again, to take a step back, I'm not even sure about the reality of the negative impacts here. Superficially, it looks like there may be negative impacts here, but there is another argument on the flip side, which is that there are so many streaming platforms, okay? There's so much media that can be consumed. Maybe it's not going to harm the market as much as the plaintiffs say. That's an argument worthy of consideration. But when we think about antitrust, one of the biggest antitrust violations in America that's happening right now is hiding in plain sight, which is non-compete agreements. You see everybody in America with you have millions and millions of people with non-compete agreements. Those should be point blank illegal under antitrust law. And the Federal Trade Commission was moving in the direction of banning those before Trump came into office and put the kibosh on all of that. So the only way you can really fight this, the only way you can really fight things like consolidation and monopoly and oligarchy and big companies having so much control over the market that they can raise prices, or companies abusing non-compete agreements to suppress wages. The only way you can fight that is by electing politicians who will let the regulators, like the Federal Trade Commission, do their job. That's who already has the power, if allowed, to address many of these ills in the marketplace, whether it's mergers and consolidation or whether it's non-compete abuse. Basically, the FTC needs to be allowed to do its job.
And do you see this case being decided by anyone but the Supreme Court at the end of the day?
No, not at all. Because the players involved have too much money. There's so much money at stake. They are big donors to Trump. The Supreme Court is going to intervene and is going to decide this case one way or another. And I believe it is overwhelmingly likely that it will go in favor of the merger. If this was just two regular companies, okay, they were not politically connected, okay, they didn't have ties to DC and the halls of power, then the district court would enter an injunction, deny the merger, and then they would appeal and they'd lose the appeal, and that'd be it. The merger would be off. That's how it would work. But these are billionaires. And so we're going to go through the process, the dog and pony show, because you've got to go through that process. But it will ultimately end up in the Supreme Court, probably decided on the shadow docket.
And then, Jonathan, what's the bottom line here? What do you think our audience should know about this merger and the legal process when it comes to this case?
I think the reality is the legal process in America, the legal system in America at this point is fairly cooked.
That was attorney Jonathan Pollard, an employment and antitrust lawyer. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now in New York ahead of the World Cup final coming up this weekend. Spain and Argentina on Sunday as the World Cup winds down, getting ready to come to a close. Also, don't forget that third place game coming up tomorrow in Miami. And so what a World Cup it has been, and it's still not over yet. Still have a weekend full of soccer to go, 2 games left. And so joining us live now to talk about what we have seen and what we might see this weekend as well, we are pleased to bring in Roxanne Kosh from the University of Florida and kind of our traveling World Cup correspondent over this tournament. Roxanne, it's been fun chatting with you. I know you have been traveling around to attend all the France games. I know a disappointing end for them, with their loss to Spain, but you'll still get to see them tomorrow in Miami in the third place game.
Yes. Yeah, disappointing for sure. It's like the team didn't show up in Dallas. Spain played it really well. But France didn't. Last week I said Morocco didn't show up. It's like they played with fear, and somehow France did the exact same thing in their semifinal. So disappointing, but yeah, we have one more match. I'm not a big fan of the third place match. Like the England coach is not either. He said it to the press. But it's the last game for the French coach Didier Deschamps. He announced months ago that he was going to step down after this tournament, so I don't want to miss it, and it's my chance to see the team I grew up following in my home state. Why would I miss that?
Now let's talk about the final here, Spain and Argentina. Bit of a rematch that we have seen before, but quite a matchup of a couple of powerhouse programs here. What do you expect to see on Sunday?
Yeah, definitely a matchup of powerful or high performing teams over in the 21st century. I think Spain has shown a lot of control throughout the tournament, and Argentina has been all about chaos. It's been all about coming back at the last minute or the last 15-20 minutes, and so I think it's going to be interesting to see how both teams start. I mean, neither team has played scared all tournament, but France didn't play scared until their semifinal. Morocco didn't play scared until their quarterfinals. So hopefully both teams show up for a great final. I think there's going to be a midfield war between Rodri and Messi. There's going to be on the right flank between Yamal and Tagliafico. That's going to be an interesting matchup as well. If Spain if Argentina ends up scoring first, that would be fascinating, because those two teams haven't really been in this position too much in this tournament. Spain has never trailed, and Argentina has mostly come back from behind. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Now, what was your big takeaway from this tournament and just from what we have seen? I mean, we have seen some great games. Some new elements involved in this tournament, a larger format, some different things. What kind of overall do you think of how this tournament has played out?
I mean, I think this tournament, I always enjoy the World Cup, so I'm biased. I'm also kind of a traditionalist, and so I struggle with a larger format, and I know FIFA is already talking about potentially going up to 64 as soon as the next World Cup in 2030. I think it started very slow, but the big benefit though is you ended up having kind of like Cinderella stories, especially Cape Verde has been incredible to watch, and what to think that they tied both finalists in regular time. They obviously ended up losing to Argentina in the overtime, but like in the 90 minutes, they tied the two finalists, and what a great story, right? So I think that's the benefit of a larger tournament. I think there's gonna be also the refereeing has been talked about quite a bit. And so there were new rules that were implemented during this tournament. And so I'm looking forward to hearing about what decisions will be made about those new rules, whether, they're going to be kept or done away with or adapted. So yeah, those are kind of the things I'm looking forward to.
And what about the future of the U.S. men's national team? What do we expect to see? Will they be making some changes? What happens to them kind of moving forward after this tournament?
That's a great question. I'm not good at predictions. I always feel like whenever I make a prediction, the exact opposite is going to happen. But that loss against Belgium was a huge disappointment. I said before the game, I think the U.S. can take this Belgium team, and the loss was so clear that definitely a big disappointment. I don't believe in the constant turnover of coaches though. I believe in trying to go with some stability. And so I personally would like to see Pochettino stick around and see what he can build over the long term.
Going to be interesting to see what happens with this. Okay, so I know you said you're not much for predictions, but we're going to make you predict anyway because we've got our poll up. We're making everyone else predict anyway. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code on your screen. We'll talk about both games this weekend here. First of all, who do you think ends up lifting the World Cup trophy? Is it Spain? Is it Argentina? Do you think it goes to a penalty shootout, at which point it's kind of a toss-up?
Yeah, I mean, if it were to go to a penalty shootout, I would give the advantage to Argentina. But I think Spain might win it in either the regular time or overtime. They in the whole tournament, only one goal was scored against them. They're very calm. They're very composed on the field. They believe in their strengths. They show up. But Argentina's had more grit than any other team in this tournament. There's the refereeing scandals that follow the team as well. So I don't know. I guess I'll give it to Spain, and then now that I'm saying that, Argentina's probably going to win.
We will find out on Sunday. Now let's get your take on Saturday's game, France and England in Miami for the third place match. How do you think that one shakes out?
I mean, I want to believe that France will win, but I guess it will depend on whether they can come back from whatever it is that happened the other day during the semifinal. I think it will be about their character and to see if they want to send off their coach, who's been, their coach for 14 years, if they want to send him off and with a victory. So hopefully France wins.
I do feel like it's a tough one to predict. It's hard to know, kind of how they might be approaching a game like that.
Yeah, both teams are completely heartbroken. Neither team really wants to play this game. And that happens every 4 years, for the record. Like, it was the same thing 4 years ago and 8 years ago and 12 years ago. And I'm not going to keep going with the times table of 4. But it happens every 4. Like, the players don't want to be there. The coaches generally don't want to be there. The fans, the true, fans that follow those teams hardcore don't want to be there. The casual fans usually love these third place matches because they do end up with they are often high scoring games, and you can also see, I mean, with this game tomorrow, we kind of expect several starters to not start, to be on the bench, and that gives a chance for coaches to test out other players and everything. Now the thing is, again, the French coach is definitely not staying. We don't know yet if the English coach is going to be staying. This game is very undecided, but I mean, I read in the French press that Kane and Mbappe are expected to be on the bench when the game starts tomorrow. So if that's the case, if the teams are not even putting in that much emphasis on this game, I don't know that it matters all that much.
I mean, that's a good point. Roxanne Koch with the University of Florida. We've really enjoyed talking with you throughout this tournament, and thanks for joining us again today here on Fox 35 News Plus. Enjoy the game. I know it's a kind of bittersweet thing, but enjoy the game tomorrow in Miami.
Thank you. No, I'll enjoy being in Miami for sure.
Well, thanks for joining us. And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, bring up this poll again here. We'll leave this up for you for a minute so you can get those votes in. Who's lifting the World Cup trophy? Looks like majority right now saying you think it's going to be Spain. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code. We'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. 1 o'clock here, and I want to give you some breaking news. We're now seeing multiple reports that a state judge today ended up dismissing a lawsuit that was looking to aim Corey Mills, that was looking to knock Corey Mills off the ballot. We talked about this when this lawsuit was filed. There was some questions over whether his filing paperwork was notarized correctly. So there was a controversy over that. One of his opponents, Michael Johnson, another Republican candidate, filed a lawsuit trying to get him thrown off the ballot because of that. But again, seeing reports today that lawsuit has been dismissed. We will hopefully have a little bit more on that coming up a little bit later. But we will. That's the main takeaway from what happened in court today in Tallahassee. I want to get you now to an event that happened earlier today in Washington, D.C. As we talked about it, some of the remarks that were being made by Secretary Markwayne Mullin, the Secretary of Homeland Security, who spoke today in the morning after President Trump delivered a primetime speech talking about election vulnerabilities and security. Secretary Mullin spoke today talking about efforts to secure American elections, talking about mandatory security enhancements, and also wanting to strengthen penalties for anyone who votes illegally. Here's some of what Secretary Mullin had to say earlier today.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. You know, President Trump is correct when he said that election security is national security. And one of the greatest privileges I have is being Secretary of the Department of Homeland, and part of that is that we secure our elections. It surprised me when we first started getting in and digging into the elections, and this isn't about rehashing the 2020 election. This is just exposing what took place and to make sure it never happens again. And there's some really easy steps that can be taken to secure our elections. And it shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be something that every American, regardless if you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're an independent, you're a libertarian, regardless if you live in a blue state or you live in a red state, everybody should know that their vote counts. And we have individuals that are voting that shouldn't be. It cancels out someone that should be. So I want to go through some things in a little bit more depth than what we were able to expose last night, because President Trump, he hit the highlights, and those should be scary for everybody. What we're going to do is dig in just a little bit deeper, and then we'll take some of your questions. So first of all, Department of Homeland Security, we've identified 250,000 non-citizens registered to vote in just 4 states. Mind you, we have 46 other states. And just 4 states, we've identified 250,000 non-citizens registered to vote in California, and Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada. We also worked with proactive states to identify 28,000 non-citizens on their voter rolls, plus 400,000 individuals that are still registered to vote that are deceased. Now, these 23 states, they proactively worked with us on the SAVE program. That's Georgia, Ohio, Tennessee, Texas, North Carolina, Idaho, Alabama, Missouri, Louisiana, Kansas, Arkansas, Wyoming, Montana, Iowa, Florida, South Dakota, Indiana, Arizona, South Carolina, Utah, Nebraska, Michigan, and my great home state of Oklahoma. What's interesting to me is we're getting pushback from activist judges that are saying that, hold on, the SAVE Act or the SAVE program, they are trying to put a stop to. Currently, because of the SAVE program, we have a pending appeal because activist judges are saying what? They don't want to secure our elections? Once again, how is this a partisan issue? This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be that any judge and any God-fearing individual that loves this country should want to make sure that our elections are secure. And we have created inside DHS the SAVE program that allows states to proactively look at their roles. And so when you have 278,000 individuals that are non-citizens registered to vote, plus 400,000 that have already been identified just in 23 states, what can we find? We have all 50 participating with us. We know, talking about our machines, we know for sure that our foreign adversaries, not our allies, foreign adversaries have parts that are vital pieces in our voting machines. We know that they can access what they consider the key to the back of these machines. We know that they can change voter registration and your vote. We know it's possible. There's not a question. It's not even for debate. One thing that I love about numbers and I love about facts is they don't lie. This isn't something that I'm trying to tell you to spin a narrative. This is what is going on. And what we are saying is that every state should partner with us to work to secure this. Once we identify the problem, everybody should be informed. Working with Secretary Lutnick, we are going to make our security enhancements mandatory, meaning that if these states want a grant and they want to be reimbursed to work or to run federal elections, they're going to have to implement security issues. Just security issues. We're not trying to get into anything else, but we're saying that the machines have to be secured and that your voter registration list needs to be scrubbed. We need to make sure that individuals that are legally able to vote are voting. We know that Iran hacked our state voter files and attempted to compromise, is the best word I can use, our systems where military members used to vote. So we're working with Secretary Hegseth and the DOW to safeguard those systems and protect our military voters. What's frustrating again in this is that the Biden administration knew this. And our intel community knew this. And not only did they withhold it from President Trump in his first term, but they withheld it, it looks like, President Biden in his term. They withheld this information from the public. They withheld it from Congress. That should never happen again, and because of President Trump's leadership, we're not allowing that to happen. We're telling the American people not to scare them, but to ensure them that we are watching it. We're taking it serious. We will secure our elections. Underneath President Trump's directive, he has gave Department of Homeland Security and myself the tools and the resources we need to secure the elections. But we have to have the states partner with us. If they choose not to, then the voters should hold them accountable. When I was sworn in just over 100 days ago by President Trump, and I can tell you honestly, I haven't quit smiling. I think this is the greatest job that I could possibly have. I said at that time that I'm going to fight for your yard and your backyard like I do mine, regardless if it's a blue state or if it's a red state. Department of Homeland Security isn't just keeping you safe on your streets, but we're keeping our voters safe and our elections safe. But we can only do that if we have full participation. Right now, as I said, we only have 23 states participating with us. Out of just 4 blue states, to repeat that number, we found 250,000 non-citizens registered to vote. So for us, we're going to take proactive and reactive measures. At President Trump's direction, our cybersecurity team in CISA will release an updated election infrastructure plan, and it'll be public within 30 days, meaning that'll give the states the resources they need to help from the cyber side. From us, if they participate in a SAVE program, we'll provide the resources and training to support state election integrity. We're not trying to change the outcome. We're trying to make sure that American people can trust our voting system. Real ID does not prove citizenship and does not give you the right to vote. You must be a U.S. citizen and you must be eligible to vote. Before and after the election, we will scrub all election records looking for illegal aliens and those who are ineligible to vote, including those that somehow voted, yet they were deceased. If you're illegal and attempted to vote, or you tried to vote illegally for someone else, we will find you and we will charge you. Illegal voter registration and illegal voting both carry penalties up to 5 years in prison and up to $250,000 in fines. We will pursue maximum pressure on this. To let you know, we will be proactively looking at early voting, and then after post-election, we will continue to scrub all those that did vote. Those states that don't participate with us, they have public records of those that voted, which is where we found the 250,000 from the 4 states that don't participate with us. We will go through those records one by one, and we will pursue everybody. We will make sure that people know they can trust our elections. If states want the grant funding, to recap, they must secure the elections. I want to thank President Trump's proactive approach to this. He has put together a remarkable team that not only is informing the public about what's going on, but we're also informing Congress, we're informing our states, and we're going to secure our elections. States must be aware of the real threats for voter registration and the system breaches. And I do want to reemphasize the system breaches. Our machines are vulnerable. There are steps that can be made right now that can secure those. I would ask not just the public, but the media. That question should be asked of blue states, because we have red states participating with us. We have some red states that aren't. Every state that's not participating with us should be asked the hard question, why not? What are you afraid of? If they're not willing to do it, it should raise serious questions. It's not that hard. This isn't a partisan issue. So in conclusion, to recap, under President Trump's leadership, DHS is well prepared to support all states, red states, blue states, and local election officials ahead of the midterms. States must do their part to secure our election systems, and we stand by to help. If you are an illegal or you're voting illegally, We will hunt you down, we will find you, and we will prosecute you. The American people must have confidence in our elections. Election security is not a partisan issue, and Homeland Security, we're here to support everybody. The American people, the states, even the media, to get access and the information they need to hold the states accountable. So with that, I'll open up for questions. Yes, ma'am. I think I like the Daily Caller better than the Daily Mail. I really don't like the Daily Mail. Yeah.
There's about 3 months until the midterm elections. I'm sure people are watching President Trump's speech last night, they're watching your remarks today, and they're feeling uneasy about casting their vote in the midterm elections. Can you ensure that the midterm elections will be secure?
First of all, great question. Thank you. When we start talking about can we ensure that the midterm elections are going to be secure? Yes, we absolutely can build confidence in the American people, but the states have to do their part. I will tell you, if the states that choose not to participate with the SAVE program and they choose not to participate in securing the elections, we will make sure that we make those states a priority to look at who voted in their states and hold then the election officials accountable. If the election officials, once we gave them the information they need to secure their elections, and they chose not to, then those individuals can also be held accountable by fines, by penalties, and even, depending on how far it goes, prison time. Let me get the follow-up question, and I'll get to you guys. Hold on one second. Yes.
The president has mentioned that there were intelligence officials who covered this up and kept it from him, from President Biden. Do you have an estimate of how many intelligence officials were involved in this?
There's no question the intelligence community from the FBI, CIA, and even other places within DHS, not underneath President Trump's leadership, but that was underneath the Biden administration, kept it from President Trump and the American people in Congress. We are currently going through those lists. We will hold each one of them accountable. Some people aren't here. Some people are no longer in the agencies. Those that are, we will be held accountable. Those that abused their role in this will definitely be held accountable, because there is no excuse. If you purposely disobeyed the law and you purposely went around statute, then you have an accountability. You have a legal reason to be held accountable. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Permit me, I want to ask you a question about the SAVE program, the database, but also an important kind of on-topic question involving the uninvolved shooting in Maine. Associated Press was quoting close to the officer who say that he experienced mental health issues his whole life, lifelong history of violence, but never been given a badge, a gun. What do you say, sir, to those Americans who are concerned that your agency?
Sir, I have not heard that at all, but we understand that it's being investigated, and we'll allow the investigation to go through. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yes. Yes. I got back here in the back. Yeah. Everybody that purposely misled the American people, abused their power and their authority, and decided not to continue doing their job will be held accountable. What does that accountability look like? I don't know. Is it criminal? We'll pursue criminal charges. If it is not criminal, we'll make sure you never work for the federal government again, and you never have the ability to have a clearance again. Yes, right here. I will look this way next, I promise.
Some of your numbers, we have 278,000 non-citizens who on voter rolls. Any indication of how many people actually voted, or the 400,000 are actually deceased? Any indication, total number of people that did vote, and what is your ballpark for how many of these people are actually voted in terms of vote?
So those that we've identified, the 278,000 non-citizens and the 400,000 deceased, we are now going through that record. We're standing up a department in DHS. Heather Honey, who is doing a great job exposing all this and working with the team together. Joe Edlow with USCIS and other teams. We are going through these files one by one. And one, identifying the individual. Two, did they vote? And three, where did they vote at? That's a hard, it's easy with states that participate. So the 28,000 that we identified with the 23 states that are working with us, that system can be very easily exposed, all 28,000. The problem is an activist judges now have put a hold on it, and so we're pending the case. Once it's turned back on, we'll be able to move fast. The 400,000 or the 250,000 in the just four of the blue states, meaning what were the states? So I got it right. California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada. Those are going to be a little bit tougher because we're going to file paperwork for FOIA, even us, to try to get that information from the states. But we will, I don't care how long it takes, we will go by this one by one, and everybody that did vote illegally, we will prosecute. We'll bring up for prosecution. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Very hard to I have 2 questions for you.
By the way, it's very smart wearing a red dress because you catch everybody's eyes with the bright clothes. Same thing with what color shirt is that? Peach? Orange? I don't think that's orange. That's peach. That's definitely peach.
My first question for you is, given that left-wing lawmakers, legacy media has already suggested that the president's entire speech last night is discredited, it seems like the blue states will not participate in your efforts. So how do you plan to respond to that? And then on my second question, on the traffic stops, did the president know about that decision before you made it, and at what point did you learn it?
Yeah, so let's talk about the major networks not willing to carry the President of the United States address to the nation on election security. How shameful is that? I think it was ABC, NBC, and I don't know if CBS, did CBS carry it? Anybody? CBS carried it? So ABC and NBC not carrying that, why? What are they trying to cover up? Why wouldn't they want to inform the American people? Why are they calling themselves a news outlet if they're not actually trying to put the news out there? We wasn't giving spin on the election. The president wasn't trying to relitigate what happened in 2020, although he definitely could at this point. The president was giving facts, what we have exposed, what the Biden administration covered up, what the intelligence community held from the American people, Congress, and the executive branch, and we're putting it out there. And yet, 2 major networks didn't want to cover it? I think the question really should say why. Because they sure covered the other part of it when they were saying that it was the most secure election ever. What facts did they have? Because they didn't have facts. They were taking someone's word for it. President Trump gave facts. Today, we're giving facts. When you start talking about the president and I are very close. I was texting with him this morning. He and I are there's no daylight between us and the enforcement. And in fact, we have ramped up our enforcement and our arresting illegals. Just to give you some numbers on this so everybody knows, and I want to get them correct, so I brought them with me. Last year total in 2025, we deported, now these are not including self-deportations. These are just ones that we had to go through, we had to arrest, we had to go through the system, and we had to deport, and they tried to stay inside the country, and they had no legal status to do it. 442,637 total deported last year in 25. To date, well, these are yesterday's numbers. We have 403,294 that we've done in 2026. Our arrests are up. We're hitting single-day records every single day. But what we've done is I've turned down the temperature of the stove to try to get it correct without boiling over. We're trying to perfect our ability to work with local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and get illegals and criminals off our streets. 70% of the arrests we do daily are felons or have pending felony charges. 70%. We should all be able to work together with that. Total removals is 3 million. Total removals, 3 million. 1.4 total aliens have been, since we've been put in place, have either volunteered to be deported, yet we paid for them, or we forced them. But as I said, total removals have said, hey, we're leaving the country and did it on themselves, was over 3 million. Yes. I'm sorry, who did you say you were? CBS News. Oh, thank you for covering it last night.
Absolutely. I want to ask about foreign interference in our elections, but just first, since you mentioned turning down the temperature, what assurances can you give Americans that ICE officers will face consequences if they violated DHS's use of force policy? And who will make that determination? And can you commit now to making that determination public?
Let me clarify. When I say turn down the temperature, when I turn down the temperature with you guys, we're turning up the heat on the streets. We're out there working harder than we ever have because we've empowered our law enforcement to do their job. What I'm trying to do is remove us from the headlines every single day. But everybody will be held accountable. I don't pick and choose which laws I'm going to enforce. I enforce our nation's laws. That means I'll enforce it with our own agency, and I'll enforce it with the criminals on the streets. That's my assurance. Yes. Go ahead. And I saw you stand up. I'll get to you next. Go ahead. Yeah.
In previous instances where you've had ICE already inquiring on registration, those have also happened, for instance, in Texas or North Carolina, where we've had HSI or Oklahoma. Could you talk about, the scope of this investigation? It seems like it's more than actually these forces.
So when we start talking about enforcing, first of all, the states to work with us, and then the scope moving forward, I obviously can't force the states, but the states always look to us for reimbursement when it comes to helping with the elections. It's expensive to put on an election. I mean, think about every precinct in every county, and then statewide. We are not going to spend taxpayer dollars reimbursing a state that is refusing to secure their elections. And we're not saying do it alone. We're saying we're going to help you. We're going to give you the tools to need it. We're going to give you the training to need it. We're going to give you the funding to do it. We're going to expose the vulnerabilities, and all you have to do is use that information and the finances and the training we're going to give you to secure it. If you do it, we'll reimburse you. If you don't, we won't. Last question. Hey, hold on. I'm getting the guy right there in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Neil Nolan, Nolan's voice. What are your former Republican Senate colleagues telling you? Are they in a mood to oust Majority Leader John Kuhn if he refuses to pass the Save America Act or can't figure out how to pass the Save America Act?
I haven't heard that at all from the Senate saying they're willing to vote John out. John is a good friend of mine. He's a good friend of most people in there. Now, there's a difference of opinion. I think the SAVE Act should be passed tomorrow. I think it should have already been passed. There's no excuse for it not being passed. However, he has a vote problem. There's a number. Leader Thune supports the SAVE Act. He voted for the SAVE Act when it came up during the vote-a-rama. Except everybody controls their own card. And even, I think the last time the vote came up, there was 49 that voted. Even if we did away with the filibuster, it still requires 51. So I know Leader Thune is working hard on that, but he's got a very, very difficult task ahead. Yes. Let me just get to, I'm sorry, I told this guy with a paper I'd get to him, and then this is the last question. I have to go. I'm so sorry. Yes.
I'm just wondering if the officers involved in the Houston shooting as well as the Maine shooting, are they still on administrative leave?
Why any investigation that is going through, I don't care which law enforcement, I don't care if you're local PD, if you're county, if you're state, or if you're federal. When there's a shooting involved, standard practice is that individual goes on administrative leave while the investigation is going through. And we do it the same way. So thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin taking questions earlier after speaking about election security and some actions that you'll see from the Department of Homeland Security. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. A lot going on here, and we still have much more to come over the next couple of hours here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, so we appreciate you joining us. Want to let you know that in about 25 minutes or so, we're going to go in depth with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, who's going to join us and really let us know what we can expect with this tropical disturbance in the Gulf. I know there's a lot of talk about it and questions over where it might go, what it might do, some of the impacts around the state of Florida. So we're going to go in depth with TJ about that coming up in just a little bit, so you can stay tuned for that. Now, I want to get you to a virtual news conference from earlier today where we heard from some experts with the University of Florida's Extension Service talking about the pasture mealybug. This is something we talked about last week. That's invasive species that is causing some crop problems across the Sunshine State. It's been spotted so far in 15 counties, including several right here in our area, including Brevard County, Osceola County. It's something that can cause some issues for farmers, and so officials today held this news conference to let people know what to watch out for when it comes to those pasture mealybugs.
We're working on that here at FDAX with our collaborators in various parts of the world. So.
Okay, one more question here on sugarcane. Well, let me just go back before we get back to the management. Erin, anything on viruses? Do they transmit any viruses that are known of?
So Caroline Hawkswell's group in Australia, she's at the Queensland University of Technology. They've done the most work on that, and they have never found any evidence of these actually transmitting viruses or pathogens of their own. All they have found is that their feeding disrupts the immune system of the plant, so it disrupts the salicylic acid pathway, and then kind of opens up the plant to a secondary, infection of like fungus, for instance, and that's ultimately what causes the death of the plant. But we certainly should be looking at into that in the United States as well. I mean, the damage in Australia is very similar, where they have, their pastures go red and their sugarcane goes yellow, and we don't really have any reason to think that there's a virus or a disease here in the U.S., but we should certainly replicate those experiments here just to be sure.
Okay, there's a few questions about life cycle that I skipped here. We're going to have more information about the life cycle in our EDIS publication that is coming soon, and also on the podcast. I'm going to just skip those and also, one of the things we don't know much about how the life cycle goes in Florida. We know the general direction of the life cycle, but that's something that we are still investigating. Now, I have a question here on sugarcane, but I think I'm going to expand it for pasture as well, so Isaac can defend. Harvesting and spraying after a harvest, can it be a strategy to reduce populations?
I guess I'll go first. Yeah, I think that's going to be an important strategy on pasture. On the pasture side is to cut, and if you're ready, whether it's for baleage, hay, whatever, to then go ahead and apply insecticide.
And also, I'm going to add to that the response before the fan talks about sugarcane. We had seen, so we have not tested, so very important, we have not tested, but we have seen some producers that baled the areas that were infested, and then they have not found mealybugs in the hay. This is kind of it makes sense because the insects are feeding on the sap of the plants. If the plants are dry, the insects are not be able to survive. So this could be also a strategy, and then spraying afterwards. This is one of the things we're interested in testing. Defan, what about sugarcane harvesting and then spraying?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an idea because I think we have to test and see how that will work.
So we have a lot of questions here.
Oh, yeah.
But this is important, and remember that those questions help us evolve. Now we have a question here from our colleague Lance regarding buprofenzine. Sorry, I normally handle more herbicides, not insecticides, so some of the names are not common to me. But Isaac, this is a insecticide that is used on ornamentals. Could it be effective? And is effective on mealybugs? Could it be effective on pasture mealybugs?
Yeah, so that's a growth regulator. It hasn't been really any data tests on growth regulators. One, just because you would need them. Say it will kill them as they are going from instar to instar. So generally, they don't have adult efficacy, which is kind of the reason why I don't kind of test them. It's because they'll still have the adults. But that is a potential option to test.
Yeah, for us, we have included the courier in our second trial, but unfortunately, the second trial, the overall efficacy is just not great due to the high infestation level. So we didn't see any result.
Fantastic. Okay, I think we answered most of the questions. If I missed anything that is important that was not answered, please type it there. I've tried to go through most of the questions that we have here. There was one more here. If mealybug will survive on sugarcane residue after harvest and then burning. So I think this is a positive because we also see both sugarcane and pasture residue after harvest. Harvesting helps controlling it in pasture, reducing the population, but it can stay in the residue in the stubble there. Erin, any last comment that you want to share with our audience here?
I don't think so. I think that just essentially, we have a new invasive species on our hands, and we're have a good working group that's kind of coming at it from a lot of different angles, and we're hopeful that this is going to behave like a lot of other invasive species, where it is kind of explodes at first and then settles in over time as the natural enemies find it, and as we come up with some new control and management strategies, and we will continue to communicate with the stakeholders on that, and also just kind of reiterating that we want to confirm the pasture mealybug infestations and continue to delimit that. So send specimens in for us to be able to slide mount them and identify them.
Isaac, any final comment?
No, I would just say reach out to us if you have any questions, and just say that is, we've been dealing with it for just about a month, and it does take time, so have patience for reliable answers to a lot of these questions, but they will come.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Tomorrow will mark 1 month out from the primary election here in the state of Florida. The August primary, certainly a lot later than many states, and shortens the general election campaign as well. But there's been a lot to watch, a lot to talk about in the primary, specifically for the governor's race. Now, Byron Donalds has been the front runner since the very beginning, since getting that endorsement essentially from President Trump. But he's been busy traveling the state, making campaign stops all across Florida. He was in Union County yesterday. He's going to be in Jacksonville coming up in just a little bit. I want to play for you a little bit of what Byron Donalds had to say at a campaign stop in Union County yesterday, where he was joined by Congresswoman Kat Cammack from the Gainesville area, who was there at this event as well. So here's what Congressman Donalds said on the gubernatorial campaign trail just yesterday.
Blake Butler. So it's my pleasure to be here again with my friend, my congressional bestie, Kat Cammack.
Yeah.
I will also say,
I'm not moving.
Stay there. She's trying to slip off the stage.
I just shifted. I got a broken toe.
You do have a broken toe. What I will say about Kat, this was the nicest introduction you've ever done for me. I almost cried. Because when I heard her say I got to give him a hard time, I'm thinking, oh, here we go. She's about to do it again. But no, seriously, my friend, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I will tell you, you guys have literally one of the best members of Congress representing you. She is fantastic. She really is. The only people luckier to have somebody represent them are the people of Southwest Florida. Come on, Kat, I love you. No, come on. No.
Humble.
I love
humble.
you.
We're going for humble.
You can get back right now.
No, I'm going for a
can't.
humble
No.
thing right now.
All right, we're going to
Ruining
stay
it.
humble. I'm sorry.
Stay humble.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. See?
I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do that. Anyway.
Well, you should know all about being humble.
I do.
Because you're an FSU fan.
Oh, my God. You can go sit down now, Kat. Your time up here is now done.
Thank you, my friend.
No, I love you,
Love you,
I
buddy.
appreciate you. And you really are the best. You really are the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Take
Vince,
it away.
Vince, we're going to have to establish a couple of things. First of all, the next time I come up here and somebody introduces me, we'll make sure that it's not Kat Kamek. So next time, I do, but I needed something. You got on me because of my nose. I hope.
Everybody needs a JV team, Byron.
Kat, do you remember the last time you and I were in the swamp together? You remember that night?
You almost got kicked out.
Why did I almost get kicked out, Kat?
Because you were obnoxious.
And why was I being obnoxious, Kat?
Because y'all cheat, you paid off the rest.
The defense rests. Union County, is great to be with you. I want to talk about a couple of things. Obviously, Kathleen King, she had to run, and so did Javante. But they do a tremendous job helping to lead our state party. Our state party, and we're going to be direct. There is not a political party, state party, local party that doesn't have its fits and starts, and conversations and questions and disagreements. It happens all the time. It happens in political parties. It happens in the halls of Congress, because we all know that every Republican in the United States House of Representatives, we all get along swimmingly. It just all magically comes together. And that's before you even get to the United States Senate. You know how much we agree with our Republican colleagues in the Senate all the time. The truth is, it's hard doing this work. You're dealing with, number one, human beings who live in the greatest nation man has ever known. And we are a nation built on the backs of free people. That is what has built this nation. Of free people seeking their own interests, trying to better their lives, build something for their families, and pass that on to the next generation. So it goes without saying that there are going to be disagreements. I tell people all the time, look, I've been married 23 years, which means that my wife is right all the time. And as a dutiful husband, I just learned a very important tool. And I'm looking at some of these young guys over here. This is the most important tool you will ever learn in marriage. It's called shut up. Because life will go well with you if you just learn to be quiet and allow your better half, the person that the Lord has sent you to be your helpmate, if you just allow her to express herself. So you should just be quiet. And that's how sometimes you just get through and you find ways to build your family and make sure things are going a lot better into the future. That nice gentleman just looked at me and just said, that man just spouted wisdom. I could see it in his eyes as he looked right at me. But at its core, we always have disagreements, but that's okay. The disagreements are not the thing that causes us a problem, as long as we are all focused on the same goal. And the goal, especially here in Florida, is to make sure that we remain the very best state in all of America. It is to remain that best state based upon common sense, conservative principles, law and order, limited government, low taxes, freedom and liberty, and quite frankly, government being in the background and being out of your way. Those are the fundamental principles that have allowed Florida to be the best state in all of America. And so when I talk about Kathleen King and Javante Teague, even Evan Power, our party chairman, yeah, there's all kind of disagreements in the party system. I know them. I hear them all the time. I know you hear them all the time. That's okay. The question is, are we focused on the goal, not the disagreements? Are we focused on the mission and not the personalities? Because the mission is preserving the Florida dream. The mission is keeping Florida number one. The goal is making sure that we never start to go down the road of Arizona and Virginia. The ideal is to make sure that we never ever look like New York. or California. The purpose and the mission and the goal is to keep the free state of Florida. And that work is quite frankly done together. It's not done by one candidate. It's not done by one office holder. It is done by people who love this state and love this country, working together, loving on each other, even when we don't agree with one another, but having the mission, the vision, and the goal being the same. And the one reason why I know we're going to be very successful this November is because regardless of who's sitting in what deck chairs, oh shoot, hold on. You guys, it's my mom. Hey, Mom. I'm doing great. I'm in the middle of a speech right now.
And that was Byron Donald speaking yesterday in Union County at that campaign event where he was joined by Congresswoman Kat Cammack. Giving you a live look right now in Orlando. This is a scene we've been monitoring for a little bit. We still have very limited information, not many details here, but I do want to tell you a little bit of what we know as we take this live look at what appears to be an apartment complex in Orlando. This is Bent Willow Circle. We know from the fire department that crews responded to that area. They ended up taking a patient, a trauma alert patient, to Arnold Palmer. And so we don't really know a whole lot about the situation. Again, we have not gotten any information from police about what happened, but a couple of things obviously that we can learn from what we do know here. So again, the apartment complex there, one trauma alert patient, they were taken to Arnold Palmer, which of course is the children's hospital in the area. And so that is all we know right now. Hold on, I'm going to take you off the live picture here and going to go to just moments ago. This was some video just moments ago fed into our newsroom while our photographer on the scene there kind of relocates because still obviously a developing scene. So here's some of the images. Again, you could see in that one shot, it looks like part of that window appears to be broken. The bottom part of it may be shattered. That is one of the areas that is located behind the crime scene tape that you're seeing there. There was another look at it right there. Police on the scene, investigators at Silver Star Road in that area as well in the city of Orlando. We know that a number of police and detectives are on the scene right now. Again, this is the image I was talking about, right beside a door. It looks like part of a glass sliding door, maybe even, that appears to be broken. And again, not that we know that has anything to do with this investigation or whatever may be going on here, but that is something that you can see in that photo there, that live image from our video and our photographer on the scene. So this was just moments ago, this video fed into our newsroom. We are still out there. We've got our photographer kind of moving to get into another place. They did just speak with someone on the scene as well that might be able to give us some more information. But again, it appears this apartment complex of some sort completely taped off right now. You see the tape at the fence line there along the sidewalk, and then also a more crime scene tape that is around several of those units there where police have been standing. So we will keep you up to date on this. We are going to continue to monitor this developing story, the situation out of Orlando. Our information that we have right now is, again, just from Orlando Fire Department. We're awaiting more information from police that might be able to tell us a little bit more about what led up to this, what caused this response, and so we'll have more on that as we get it. Getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We will welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live, and then we will continue with our live streaming news coverage. We're going to start by talking about what we know about this tropical disturbance and what that might mean for us here in Florida as we get ready for what is likely going to be a wet weekend. So keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to step aside and take a quick break, and then
put Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
And streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good Friday afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. We've got a lot going on today here on Fox Local, and we've got more to come over this next hour. We appreciate you joining us. I want to let you know at the bottom of the hour, we are waiting for this news conference in Lakeland. We're going to hear from RFK Jr., Senator Ashley Moody, some of our members of Congress, going to be talking about some changing standards when it comes to orange juice. Obviously, citrus industry, big here in Florida, and so we're standing by for that news conference coming up in just a little bit. We also have a lot to cover until we get to that point, and we are also watching this tropical disturbance in the Gulf, and a lot of questions about what that might look like, what it might mean for us here in Florida. And so joining us live now inside our streaming studio here, we've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me. And TJ, this is one of those things that I know there had been a lot of questions about it, and changing models, things that kind of make you think maybe one thing and then indications of something else. So still very much a fluid situation here with what you're watching.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, there's still a fair amount of dust out there in the Gulf too, Garrett. That's been a big headline for us over the last couple of weeks. We've been talking about the dust and how that's kind of increased our severe chances at times, but also tried to limit our rain chances at times. But at our new update from the National Hurricane Center just here before 2 o'clock, we do know how a slight increase in chances here of this becoming something tropical in nature over the next 2 days and 7 days respectively. Now a 10% chance over the next 48 hours and a 30% chance of development over the next week. Not huge chances, but still something we'll have to watch. Either way, what this means for us, whether it be the Gulf Coast of Florida, us in Central Florida, it certainly means that higher likelihood of tropical downpours. And right now, Garrett, we're already starting to see this area of low pressure at the surface develop. It has the upper level component. So as we head through the remainder of the afternoon and evening, we've already seen some showers and thunderstorms develop for us locally, but definitely something that we're going to keep a really close eye on over the next few days and how this kind of evolves through the weekend into early next week.
So the increased chance of development now within the next 7 days, what does that mean? How does that change your thoughts of what and how and when it brings impacts here to Florida?
So where this is right now, where we have this disturbance, it is over the warmth in the Gulf. So it really is going to be how long can it stay over the warmth in the Gulf, because the fuel is certainly there, but the dust and some of that shear will be what is counteracting this. So depending on if it can kind of organize further, if it can become a little more organized, I think that will be the main question. But at least the way it looks right now, we're seeing this area of low pressure develop at the surface as it sits over the warmth in the Gulf, at least in the just a storm system itself,
And so in the meantime here, I know the thought is for a pretty wet weekend.
Definitely.
Around our area. What are we looking at? Can you kind of take us through some of the different areas and what we can expect to see when it comes to this tropical rain, this tropical moisture kind of hitting us?
For sure, yeah. I mean, we're already seeing it out there right now. And it's almost getting kind of, you can see all this swirling motion now with this, Garrett, because we didn't really have that. Now we do. And you can kind of see like an outer rain band almost that's lifting up across, the Tampa Bay Metro now, I should say the Tampa Metro, and a little closer to us here in Orlando. The bulk of the moisture still in the Gulf, and that's where, at least right now, it looks like at current time, that's where a lot of it will be. But the question that we're going to try to fine tune over the next few days is how close does it get to the Gulf Coast, because that will also change on who sees some of that heavier rain. But at least for right now, it does not look like the weekend will be a washout. We're keeping tabs on some stronger storms that are kind of working around this greater circulation in the Gulf. We're seeing these across some of Lake County as well as Orange County. Could have some wind gusts up around 40 miles per hour. Certainly a lot of lightning with this. You can see in the last 15 minutes here, around 424 strikes. Certainly torrential rain. A couple of these storms this afternoon could turn severe. We do have this low-end risk. It's a level 1 out of 5 risk for a couple of severe storms, but it's still a possibility with gusty wind still being a big concern. Now, the setup over the weekend, you can see essentially across the peninsula as a whole, we will see storms. We will see downpours, and we'll have more moisture as a whole overhead. And what that's going to do is lead to that potential for certainly heavy rain. We'll have a lot of deep tropical moisture streaming over the state, so it does mean tropical downpours and storms. And with the instability during the afternoon, it's looking like that's when we're going to have the likelihood of more coverage of storms and the likelihood of some of that heavier rain. Through the remainder of the day, you can kind of see what unfolds here. More numerous storms today, really favoring the Gulf Coast. Heavy rain in any of those storms. And then for our Saturday, likely starting dry, a few showers and thunderstorms around during breakfast time possible. And then through the afternoon, we start to see more of those storms firing up really kind of past lunchtime. And one or two of those may be on the strong to severe side. And then Sunday's essentially a wash, rinse, and repeat. We kind of see these storms developing during the early afternoon, past 1, 2 o'clock, and they stick around as we head through our early Sunday evening. But I'd say the kind of the plus of it all, Garrett, is that I know people are vacationing, people are here trying to get outdoors. The days won't be washouts. I think that's kind of standard for us in Florida. You know, I don't think it'll look all that out of the ordinary for us over the weekend, but depending on where if this jogs a little farther east, some of those heavier rains could extend closer to us in Orlando. But if it jogs a little farther west, it's going to be more of the Gulf Coast that gets the lion's share of the heavy rain.
And so, you know, with no washouts, but, you know, as far as the days go, but when you have one of these storms sitting over you, it's going to be kind of what we see normally in these tropical setups, where it's those big drops, a lot of rain coming down pretty fast.
And then we might see the sun come out for a little while, and then we see another band come through that. So it's going to be kind of the nature. And I would say, just because we'll start to see a little more wind upstairs in the atmosphere, maybe a slightly quicker movement with some of these storms too, like we see if we're on the outer periphery of a tropical system.
And those rain totals, it looks like, you know, like you said, kind of really favoring the Gulf side, you know, the Bay Area, that kind of thing.
That's the way it's looking. Yeah, I'm thinking for us around Orlando, probably maybe an inch and a half, and some isolated amounts higher than that's still possible. Closer to maybe a half inch or so, the closer you get to the Atlantic beaches. If then on the Gulf Coast, there could be isolated amounts up beyond, say, a half a foot of rain. So that obviously brings the flooding concerns that we'll certainly have to watch out for our friends along the Gulf Coast.
Now, what about a potential track of the tropical system here, the disturbance that could develop, and what does that mean, you know, for what you're seeing there?
So we did see a bit of a change between our previous outlook, and now it's kind of extended a little farther to the west. So it's looking like this probably will start to get picked up by some of the upper level wind and start to make more of a westerly jog. So that would start to take it away from us eventually, which is good news. And that's why we've kind of seen this outlook now going up toward places like New Orleans and more of the Gulf Coast, versus how it was almost like extending out more into the Atlantic. So I think that's what we'll have to watch as this ridge to our west attempts to kind of swing this back farther into the Gulf.
Does that impact the potential strength of this thing at all?
So, I mean, if it were to stay out in the water, if it doesn't get torn apart by some of the shear, or which is still a possibility, that could be something we'll have to monitor. If the shear doesn't tear it apart, if it's able to thread the needle, could it sit over there, maybe organize a bit further, so that there might be more of some of the South's I don't say the South's problem, but something to watch a lot closer for those in Louisiana, Alabama, and coastal Mississippi versus us as it starts to lift a little farther to the northwest over the weekend into early next week.
All right, so something still for us to really continue to watch then over the next few days.
Definitely, yeah. I think we'll probably see some minor tweaks and changes as it does happen from time to time. And thankfully, too, Garrett, at our latest check-in, still really little change with that disturbance that's out in the eastern Atlantic. Only a 10% chance of development still with that one over the next 2 to 7 days. So we'll watch that one too, but still a lot of dust in this part of the Atlantic, and hopefully we don't see anything come out of this one. We'll keep a close eye on that one too.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast and giving us the latest on these tropical disturbances.
Of course. Thanks for having me, Garrett.
And I do want to give you another live look as we continue to track breaking news in Orlando. Still a lot of questions about this situation, but I wanted to let you know we are still monitoring this if you're just joining us on the TV side here, because crews have responded from the fire department. We know that crews responded to what they were told was a medical emergency on Bent Willow Circle. One patient taken to Arnold Palmer Children's Hospital as a trauma alert. So we still don't have information from Orlando police. We've seen at this apartment complex a number of investigators, detectives, police cruisers still on that scene. It looks like our photographers continuing to move around a little bit, so I'll take it off the live picture, but I do just want to let you know that we are continuing to monitor that situation. We'll bring you updates as we get them. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live, and surprise, you get a little more time with TJ here, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist joining me here, because we're tracking a severe thunderstorm warning in Marion County until 2:30. So what are we seeing right now, TJ? What's the situation there?
And we were just talking about this, how we had that potential, Garrett, for a couple of stratospheric storms this afternoon. We do have a little more upstairs energy, wind energy in the atmosphere as well, and that is thanks to this developing area of low pressure off to our west. gust, the one that we're going to continue to watch closely. But we do still have that potential for gusty wind in any of these storms that develop. In this case here now with the severe thunderstorm warning, the threat of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in this part of Marion County. The worst of this essentially right on top of Bellevue Heights, not moving all that fast though. And where you're seeing some of those purples and blacks, I would say that if you live on, let's see, that is looks like pretty close to Magnolia Avenue, Monroe's Corner, Bellevue Heights. If you live near here, you could be seeing some hail embedded in this storm as well. But definitely the threat of a 60-mile-per-hour wind. We are keeping tabs on some storms farther to the south, closer to the Orlando metro as well. Those are not severe, but they could have the potential to produce 40 to 50-mile-per-hour wind. But the one that we're going to keep a close eye on is here across Marion County, kind of working off to the north, the west-northwest, around 5 to 10 miles per hour. It's not very fast, so if this continues to kind of dump rain over a short period of time without moving all that quickly, we could see some flooding potential as well. Looking at the radar, now this is out of Tampa. You can kind of see some of those lighter shades of green here popping up on the map, and that's where we're watching out for some of that gustier wind. Remember, when you look at this, the green that you see on the map here, those pixels that you see, that's wind blowing toward the radar site, green going toward the red. That is the wind blowing away from the radar site in Tampa. But, you know, some of the shades of green here, they're not all that light. When you're looking at strong wind, we're looking for, you know, wind gusts potentially up around 60 miles per hour, and we're not really seeing that right now, which is good news. So we will kind of watch this, but again, sometimes with these sorts of scenarios, especially we've been talking about this over the last week, where we've had this dry, dusty air overhead, it can support that gusty wind threat. But at this current time, it looks like the strongest of the wind is just between Santos and Shady, and it's around 30 miles per hour. Not saying that we're not getting that potential for higher wind gusts, but it's at least not getting picked up on our radar. I do want to look at our radar out of Melbourne and see if it's showing the potential for a bit stronger wind. We're kind of in a tough spot here in this part of Marion County. We're almost as far away from Tampa as we are from Melbourne, so we're still kind of shooting up into this storm. But before I show you that wind again, it looks like there is the potential here, Garrett, right on top of Bellevue, Marion Oaks, that there could be some hail potentially around that quarter size. This is estimated, and I know that at least in the warning statement, the National Weather Service didn't mention hail, but it does look like there is some hail, certainly splitting Marion Oaks and Bellevue, as well as Bellevue Heights.
Yeah, things seem to be coming down pretty good there right now. This is one of our the Florida 511 traffic cameras in that area, I-75 southbound around Marion Oaks, I believe, and you really can't see a thing on that. So we want to know what you are seeing. You see this QR code that you see on your screen right now. We would like for you, if you are able to safely, of course, send us some photos, send us some pictures. If the storms are in your area, if you are seeing some of that hail, if you're seeing some of the clouds approaching, whatever you're seeing where you are, let us know. Send in some photos, some video. Again, only if you can do it safely. We don't want you putting yourself in harm's way, because you are talking about potentially dangerous conditions there across part of the area because of these severe thunderstorm warnings. The risk for with the wind, obviously the hail risks as well. So several things that we're watching there. But we are curious what you're seeing on the ground across our viewing area here. So if you're watching on Fox Local, if you're watching on Fox 35, let us know what you're seeing. You can submit those photos and videos by just scanning the QR code that you see right now. So TJ, I know you're continuing to track this here. Talk with us about the timing and what people can expect and when here.
Sure, yeah, I mean, just because it's moving pretty slow, it's going to take a little longer to get farther to the west-northwest, Garrett, but if you live in Shady, some of the worst of this should be getting close to you within the next 10 minutes or so. Saddle Oak Club, if you're familiar with that, in around a half hour, and then from there up closer to Ross Prairie at about in 37 minutes, so getting closer to the top of the hour, and then Martell in just about an hour. Some good news. It looks like, at least right now, that hail core, Garrett, isn't quite as rough as what it looked moments ago, but certainly torrential rain. And again, I think just aside from the wind gust threat, just because of the lack of movement with this, I think we're going to have to watch for the potential of some minor flooding. I'm sure ponding on the roadways, and I'm sure if you are getting out here, a reduced visibility. So if you don't have to travel, you live anywhere from about Pedro now just to the west of Bellevue, you're probably seeing lots of lightning and hearing the thunder. Right now, it looks like about 10 strikes, not a ton of lightning, at least with this, but still within the last 15 minutes, just about 10 strikes. Aside from this, nothing else is severe, but we do have a lot more activity if you're living out closer to Claremont, Apopka, around the Orlando Metro as a whole, all kind of working gradually to the west-northwest around this area of low pressure in the Gulf. So I'm sure we're going to see more coverage of showers and storms starting to pop up as well in Lake County and Volusia County, more central and northern Lake County. So certainly going to be I would say, a more rocky afternoon, Garrett. Lots of rain, and there's still, again, the potential of severe storms like we have right now in Marion County.
So are these just regular afternoon storms? Is this tied to some of those outer bands that we saw of that tropical disturbance that we were just talking about a few minutes ago?
Yeah, it's all, and that's the movement of these. Usually we're seeing kind of an erratic movement. Usually this time of the day, we can oftentimes see it moving eastbound toward the coast, but all this is kind of working to the west-northwest. With now that surface low developing in the Gulf, we get that counterclockwise motion. So even some of these storms starting to kind of pick up on that and work more west-northwestward versus off toward the Space Coast.
Now, we had seen a special weather statement issued earlier for Apopka, Ocoee, Winter Garden. What's going on there? And is there the chance for severe thunderstorm warnings and additional kind of impacts in Orange County right now?
Yeah, right now, Garrett, thankfully it looks like the wind is behaving here. This is using our radar out of Melbourne. And we can see still the potential for wind gusts here, maybe getting over 30 to 40 miles per hour. I'm trying to pinpoint a couple of spots. It looks like just to the west of Ocoee, maybe around 20. Over closer to Lake Louisa State Park, around 15, maybe to 30. So again, this is wind gusts that wouldn't really do much damage, but nothing you really want to be driving through out there. And we'll continue to monitor this through the remainder of the afternoon if these were to pick back up. But thankfully, right now, the wind not all that strong for Claremont, for Ferndale, if you live around Lake Louisa State Park, at least per our radar. But it's one of those things that we see this scan every around 5 minutes. Garrett, we see the data come in, and oftentimes if you get a big old gust of wind, sometimes that's all it takes. Then you'll see these warnings or statements come out, but then you might not see that much more wind come out of a storm. So that may have been the case even for the storm that's up in Marion County right now. At least from our radar site, the wind isn't looking super strong. So I would think at least right now we'll probably see this get expired at, thankfully, the bottom of the hour here, but we'll continue to watch it closely for sure.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question was, do you think this will expire? You said that it didn't look super strong, so the expectation is that this won't continue, but could this be something that we continue to see maybe re-strengthen or more rounds of strong storms to watch out for as the afternoon develops?
I think we will, and we still have the sea breezes that are still obviously trying to come in from both coasts. I feel like that's why we're seeing some of these storms develop out closer to north central Volusia County, up into Putnam County, and down closer to the I-95 corridor in eastern Orange, all kind of working west-northwest, but certainly going to have a lot of coverage around through the afternoon. And anything that does develop, which we've seen already, frequent lightning, torrential rain. The flood threat will need to be watched, and anything that hangs out for a long period of time. And gusty wind, I would say, still probably the main concern with anything through the remainder of the afternoon and evening.
Not seeing much lightning with this.
No, thankfully not. I think the more lightning is certainly down closer to central Lake County and across eastern Orange. That's where we've seen the strongest of storms thus far, and that's a good gauge for sure, Garrett. The more lightning we see, obviously, the more intense these storms are, and we certainly have these out closer to I-75 and farther southwest. The closer you get out toward Tampa Bay. So we'll be watching this all kind of work in that general direction closer to the Tampa metro through the remainder of the evening. But if you're getting out this afternoon, certainly be prepared to get those windshield wipers on, drive through some of this heavy rain, and be prepared for some slowdowns out there on the roadways as well.
Well, and that's advice that you're going to want for the weekend, because you don't know when some of those torrential downpours that we talked about might hit. So that's something to keep in mind all throughout the weekend as we head into to the weekend, given the forecast here. So it is odd not seeing so much lightning with that storm, is it not? I mean, given some of the setups that we've seen in the past few days, how the Saharan dust has kind of played into that and increasing that thunder and lightning that we've seen in some of these storms. So it is interesting to see this one here that is severe thunderstorm warning, and I know the criteria for that doesn't take in lightning into account, but it does seem like commonly here, or at least lately, we have had storms with a lot of lightning and a lot of strong and big lightning.
Yeah, and that dust is certainly aided in that. We're starting to see a lot of that concentration, at least on top of the peninsula, Garrett, go down. I think we're seeing a little more out in the Gulf now. We've kind of seen that working in that general direction. There's still a pretty solid plume, a couple different plumes now that we're watching in the Atlantic, but I think that's maybe one of the reasons why we're seeing still a fair amount of lightning, which we often see here in Florida. But yeah, at least with this one currently, there's only 8 strikes in the last 15 minutes, so it's certainly a sign that it seems like this storm is weakening. But still, from Marion Oaks, if you live close to Pedro, you had plans to travel up I-75 north or south, up towards Shady, still some really heavy rain, and it looks like the worst of this storm now, still included in the warning, just to the north of Santos, right on top of US 25 if you live on Pine Avenue, or if you live on pretty close to Southeast Mary Camp Road, just name a couple of these roads in the vicinity of this. Still could have some smaller hail, Garrett, probably in that maybe that pea size, potentially between Montauk and Santos. But at least at this current time, the wind it's really not looking all that strong. I want to pop back over to Tampa's radar site, and even there, which is I'd say probably a little closer than our Melbourne site. Wind gusts, popping them only around 20 to 30 miles per hour. So I would say that we'll likely see in the next few minutes here, about 3 minutes away, we'll see this storm get dropped, or at least the warning, I should say, get dropped, which is good news.
That is good news. We'll continue to track that. Now, we have gotten a few submissions. We've been asking folks for what they've been seeing in their area when it comes to the storms and the weather out there this afternoon, and we have gotten a few photos in, so we want to go through those. Let me show you those. This one from Mahela at the University of Tampa, and showing us some of the approaching clouds there in that area, and it looks like the ground may already be a little bit wet there, but they're seeing some clouds there. What are you seeing in that photo, TJ, that kind of stands out to you?
It definitely looks ominous, Garrett. That's for one thing, for sure. It looks threatening, and it looks like the clouds. That's one thing when you have so much humidity in the air. Those clouds can be really, really low in the sky, and I feel like oftentimes that's when they can look pretty rough, pretty nasty looking. And it looks like maybe some flooding. I can't tell if that's just my eyes deceiving me, Garrett. It looks like it's.
So this is from Myra. Says right now by University area. 33612, heavy rain and winds.
Okay.
Yeah, you can definitely see in the parking lot there quite a bit of rain, and yeah, you can see if you look up by that SUV that you see in the corner there, you can tell that there's some standing water, some ponded water in that parking lot of that building, and so I see some of that flowing down, which is obviously just an indication of kind of the how hard that's been coming down there.
And we talked a lot about that this week too, with even on Colonial, closer to us here in Orlando, how bad that flooded with that rain earlier on, and that's something that we always say, turn around, don't drown. If you see some rushing water, some flooded roadways, you're out there, your vehicle, but we always say just don't even chance it and try to not drive through anything like that.
It's certainly not worth it. And I know exactly what you were talking about, that video from Orlando earlier this week. It was like, it looked like waves in the parking lot there.
Yes.
And this one from Nicholas in Bellevue sending us this, and again, showing us the clouds out there. I would imagine this is kind of what we're seeing in a lot of places right now that aren't dealing with the storms right now. It at least looks like it's heading that way.
For sure, yeah. And I mean, it looks like now just to the northwest of Bellevue, that's where we're certainly seeing the worst of this severe storm, Garrett. Bellevue Heights, Bellevue, looks like you're in the clear right now. But if you're traveling up US 25 towards Santos, Camp Roosevelt, you're still included in this warning. Again, it's just about 2:30. I'm actually looking at the National Weather Service right now to see if there's any sort of correspondence here from them in terms of letting this expire. Not seeing anything just yet from them. Haven't seen a reissuance yet, but at least from my meteorological standpoint right now, I'm imagining this is going to be dropped here, Garrett, in the next few. Not seeing it just yet hit our system, but I'm thinking that it seems like this is weakened enough where we may see it, maybe just a special weather statement continuing onward,
which is good. And we will kind of begin to wrap up and get ready to take a break here. But we did get a few more submissions that I want to go through before we do so. Lydia Flores showing us the weather in Tampa, and then showing us this video as well. And look at the color of the sky as well in Tampa with some of that storm. So a little bit of a, like you said, ominous situation there on Armenia Avenue in Tampa. So Lydia, thank you for that. And also giving us a good look at the ground and the sidewalk and some of what they've been dealing with there.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, I mean, we know we deal with torrential rain. We know we deal with thunder and lightning almost day in and day out this time of the year, Garrett. But when these do get meaner and we do see these warnings issued, it's something that we're always going to track for you. Thankfully, it has been expired, Garrett. So no more severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County, but still the potential for wind gusts up around 30 to 40 miles per hour here in the special weather statement, now including Anthony. The worst of it essentially from Anthony and Burbank southbound toward Montauk and Santos, down towards Shady, and Marion Oaks as well. So if you're traveling across central and southern Marion County, maybe heading into Sumter County, certainly driving through some torrential rain, seeing that lightning, and maybe at times even some small hail, but it even looks like that potential has dropped just a bit, Garrett. And some good news too, we've seen that special weather statement that was in play for portions of Lake and Orange County that has also been allowed to expire. But as we zoom things on out here, you can see a lot of coverage of showers and thunderstorms from essentially central Volusia to south central, southern Volusia County into Seminole County, from about Geneva, Snow Hill, westbound into places like Ocoee and Claremont, into Linden, Sumter County. A lot of coverage of storms, so I think it'll be a wet and unsettled afternoon for us into the evening for sure.
Yeah, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that. We know the storm team will as well. TJ, we appreciate you walking us through that, and as we waited for that severe thunderstorm warning to expire, but don't let up your guard just yet. Be weather aware throughout the afternoon and the evening as well. Well, TJ, you've already hogged half the show here, so we're going to go ahead and let you.
I promise it was not my intention. I promise.
No, it's important stuff, and we appreciate you joining us. You can always find, we are always keeping an eye on those severe thunderstorm warnings and tracking those live on Fox Local. So, TJ, we appreciate it.
Thanks,
we are going to
Garrett.
take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back.
Dawn reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We did get a couple of other submissions from folks when it comes to the weather that I didn't want to neglect. We really appreciate you sending those in, and so we're going to go ahead and pull those up. Even though that severe thunderstorm warning has expired, we're still watching some showers and storms around the area. Just wanted to show a couple of the other photos that y'all sent in for us this afternoon. Calvin in Orlando sending us this video, or a photo rather, showing some of the approaching clouds in that, and you can see the sun poking out behind that layer of clouds that's looking pretty dark there on the top. And then I think we have a couple of others as well. Here's some video from Brooksville from Todd. Those clouds have really been getting folks' attention this afternoon, so we're continuing to track those storms all around the area. And then on I-275 South, Katina, thank you for this, saying bad. That looks bad. I believe it, Katina. I do not envy the situation there on I-275 earlier today. Hard to see the visibility there. You know, you've seen a lot of brake lights in that photo, and that's probably a good thing. And then, wow. This view from Westgate Lakes, Orlando, screenshot video he took. This is from Jason. This is from today, Aaron. It says June 17th. It must mean July 17th. Hit by lightning as well in Melbourne around 11 days ago. No burn, no pain. Felt good indirectly a month before that. Largest ever seen a bolt. That is quite the strike of lightning. So thunderstorm and rainy in Tampa. Yasmin, thanks for this. Continuing to track those storms and showers. And this is just how it's going to be throughout the weekend. It sounds like, as we heard from Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer just a few moments ago. And then in Winter Park, Ramona sending us this, showing the dark clouds right over her house. Doesn't look like raining at the moment there when she sent this, but yeah, those dark clouds that we have seen all throughout the area today. So thanks for sending these in. Wesley Chapel, Jeff, heavy rain. Yeah, you can see that. Looks like a little bit of a creek running through the yard there. Because of it coming down so hard and so fast right now. So we'll continue to track those. Again, not too late to send in your submissions. We thank you, all of you, for sending those in today. Well, it's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we check in with our friends at Fox 13 and see what some of the big stories are in the Bay Area. I've got a couple of updates today on the stories that we've been tracking, big stories as well. So we want to check in with Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now. And Nancy, we appreciate you joining us. I know it's been a busy couple of days there in Tampa.
Yeah, it definitely has been a busy couple of days here in Tampa. And I want to talk a little bit more about that deputy, the two deputies who were shot yesterday out in Ruskin. I believe you guys talked about this yesterday on Florida Live, and you also ran the press conference live. And we do have an update, and both of those deputies are recovering at Tampa General Hospital. And we learned that one of those deputies may actually get to leave the hospital today. Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister visited them this morning morning, and he said both of them seemed to be in good spirits. The sheriff's office released new photos of the deputies on their social media pages. These photos show the men in the hospital. Now, keep in mind, one of these deputies was shot in the face, and the other one was shot in the neck by a man who deputies say zip-tied and held his ex-girlfriend hostage the night before. Now, that woman, we are told, she managed to escape yesterday morning, and she actually went to a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office substation to get an order of protection against her ex-boyfriend. And that's when deputies, they said, hey, you know what, this is more than an order of protection. And they went down to Shell Point Road in Ruskin to find the suspect. And that's when the suspect opened fire on the deputies before he was shot and killed by a third deputy from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Yesterday afternoon, we did see a video that the Sheriff's Office posted on their Facebook pages of these two deputies being airlifted to Tampa General Hospital. As I mentioned, Sheriff Chad Chronister visited those two deputies. He visited them yesterday afternoon, and then he also visited with them this morning. And we're told that Deputy Moon, he is scheduled to have surgery at some point today, and Deputy Daniels may actually be released from the hospital today. And again, in that social media post, Sheriff Chad Chronister thanked the community for their prayers and support.
Yeah, if one of those deputies is already about to be released from the hospital, just really gives credence to what the sheriff, we heard him say yesterday in that news conference, where he said the hand of God was really on those deputies, because this is once you see that body camera video and see how scary of a situation that was, this really is, no exaggeration, something that could have turned out much differently.
Oh, absolutely. This could have turned out way differently, especially because these deputies, where they were shot, I mean, they were shot in the face and the neck, and the sheriff, he described the shooting as an ambush. So this could have been much, much worse. And he did say the hand of God was on these two deputies, because if you think about it and look at that body cam video, like you said, I mean, this could have been a very tragic, it was a tragic situation that these deputies were shot, but I mean, they are both recovering in the hospital. As I said, Deputy Daniels may actually get to leave Tampa General Hospital at some point today. And another thing the sheriff noted yesterday was that these deputies, this is what they're trained to do. He said that all of their training kicked in, and that also helped save these deputies' lives, because again, he said they were ambushed by the suspect who had held his ex-girlfriend hostage, and he had zip-tied her the night before. And after he just shot those two deputies, a third deputy came up and was able to shoot and kill that suspect. So Sheriff Chad Chronister is crediting the training, and he did thank all of his deputies, and he said that these are some of the finest, and their bravery also contributed to these deputies being alive. And he said they are in good spirits this morning at Tampa General Hospital.
And now, Nancy, we also got an update today on an officer-involved shooting from back in March. Bradenton police talking about the results of an FDLE investigation into the use of force.
Yes, the FDLE did say that the Bradenton police officer who shot and killed 56-year-old Willie Bell, again, this happened on March 10th in Bradenton. They said that shooting was justified, and this comes after FDLE wrapped up their months-long shooting investigation into this. Now, according to police, SWAT officers were executing a high-risk search warrant at Bell's home on 10th Avenue West when the shooting occurred. They say officers knocked and announced their presence, but police say Bell locked himself in a bedroom and pointed a gun at officers through a window. Officer Jaden Reppy opened fire after Bell refused repeated commands to come out with his hands up. Investigators later searched the home and recovered 4 firearms, including the revolver that Bell was holding, along with quantities of MDMA, marijuana, and crack cocaine. FDLE reviewed body camera footage, physical evidence, and witness statements before turning its findings over to prosecutors. Officer Reppy, who had been placed on administrative leave during the investigation, has since returned to duty. Bradenton police acknowledged the long wait for answers created frustration within the community, but emphasized the importance of completing a thorough and independent review based on verified facts. Garrett?
And finally here, Nancy, in our Tampa connection, there's been a lot of talk about election security over the past couple of days. Obviously, President Trump having that speech last night, and we're learning a little bit more about how officials there in Hillsborough County are getting ready for the upcoming elections.
Yeah, the Hillsborough Canvassing Board, they did their required testing for logics as well as accuracy. Now, this involves taking a stack of test ballots and running them through random sample scanners that will actually be used for early voting, vote by mail, and on Election Day. Hillsborough County Supervisor of Elections Craig Latimer says the office knows the exact expected outcome beforehand, allowing the Canvassing Board to verify the machinery with complete accuracy. Florida law requires this public testing before every single election. The supervisor's office confirmed the scanners read every contest properly and counted every single vote. Now, once tested, the equipment is sealed and kept under 24-hour camera surveillance until deployed to polling stations. Election staff will also conduct a post-election audit after voting wraps up, continuing a record where Latimer notes the machines have never made a single mistake. Now, this testing is part of a multi-step security system that includes chain of custody protocols and signature verification on all mail-in ballots. Latimer emphasizes that everything follows state law and administrative rules to keep local elections fair, transparent, and secure. With voting right around the corner, election officials are reminding voters of several critical deadlines. The voter registration deadline for Florida's August 18th primary election is Monday, July 20th. Now, that's also the final deadline to change your political party affiliation if you plan to vote in a partisan primary. More than 127,000 vote-by-mail ballots are already headed to post office boxes across the country. So if you want to vote by mail this year, you must submit a brand new request, as all previous requests from the 2024 election cycle have expired, and the deadline to request a mail-in ballot is 5 p.m. on August 6th. You can make that request online at votehillsborough.gov or over the phone by calling 813-612-4180. Now, early voting here in Hillsborough County runs August 3rd through August 16th, and again, primary election day is on August 18th. Garrett?
Coming up soon, that is for sure. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday. Earlier this morning, a Florida judge dismissed a lawsuit that was looking to throw Corey Mills off the ballot. He's the embattled congressman in the 7th Congressional District, facing a primary challenge from former Fox 35 Orlando news anchor Ryan Elijah and a number of other candidates as well. One of the other candidates, Michael Johnson, filed a lawsuit that essentially claimed that Mills's campaign filing paperwork wasn't notarized in the correct way and wanted him thrown off the ballot because of it. There was a hearing today in Tallahassee. The judge ended up dismissing that lawsuit. Politico reporter Gary Fineout was at that hearing. He spoke with us just moments ago about what happened and what happens now.
One of the people running against Corey Mills in the 7th Congressional District race, Michael Johnson, basically challenged Corey Mills' qualification for the ballot. And in essence, his lawsuit asserted that because of the way that the paperwork was handled and whether or not Corey Mills actually signed his paperwork or used an auto pen and some questions about how it was notarized. The lawsuit tried to ask that a judge boot Mills from the ballot. Part of what this is tied up in is there's actually a new law that was passed this year by the legislature that allows rival candidates to challenge the other people on the ballot as to whether or not they're eligible. And there's actually another lawsuit kind of going on that people may have heard of, which has to do with the lieutenant governor. He's trying to get James Fishback knocked off the ballot by alleging that he hasn't met the Florida 7-year residency requirement. But in this case, it more centered around this issue of the notary and the signature and the paperwork. And so basically, lawyers for Corey Mills went into court today and asked a judge to dismiss the lawsuit. And after an hour-long hearing, that's what the judge did. He went ahead and tossed the lawsuit, and he dismissed it with prejudice, which means they can't refile it. Now, they could appeal the case, and Anthony Sabatini, who is a lawyer representing Mr. Johnson, and he's a former legislator from Central Florida, he has said that there is a good chance that they will appeal because they feel this is a new law and that hasn't really been tested. But what have you? But the long and short of it is, for right now, Corey Mills will still be on the ballot on August 18th. He has like 3 other opponents, and 2 besides Mr. Johnson. And basically what you're dealing with is Corey Mills is already sort of an embattled candidate, and he has an ethics investigation. Although he's denied any wrongdoing, he has an ethics investigation that's still underway in the House. He hasn't been raising a lot of money of late, and he does have he has a challenger, Mr. Elijah, who is pretty has picked up some money and support on his own. So it's going to be an interesting thing. I would say that regardless of where this ultimately goes, it's almost like too late to get his name, quote, physically off the ballot. But if Mills had lost, you potentially would have had a judge would have said you can't count the votes that are cast for Mills, and that there would have been a notice to voters. But as it stands, Corey Mills, he's still on the ballot. Going ahead, he'll be there for voters unless there's some other big change. But again, it requires an appeals court agreeing to take up the case.
With the timing of the challenge against Corey Mills and the challenge against James Fishback so close to the primary day, I mean, we're about a month out exactly. Is that just the nature of when the law was passed, or is it just kind of one of those things happen late because they happen?
Well, part of the way and again, this is, I guess, going to be one of those things that gets interpretation over the years. There is a legal argument to be made that you can't file the lawsuit until they've actually qualified for the ballot. So qualification was in early June. And I think in both instances, both lawsuits were filed in the month of June. The law does speak to expedited review, that these cases are supposed to be handled in a relatively quick fashion. But we've seen that there's still been a bit of a lag. The courts here in Leon County have not dropped everything and scheduled a hearing that day. They have put them out a couple of weeks in advance. The legal challenge against James Fishback, that is supposed to head into court next Tuesday. Now that's supposed to be a full-blown hearing, and that's everything that's going to be involved in that lawsuit is supposed to be dealt with today. Now, what I can't tell you is will the judge rule directly from the bench? Will the judge take a few days and then issue a written ruling? And then the question is, depending on the way it is, how quickly can it get up to the first District Court of Appeal, which is the appeals court here in Tallahassee, and then eventually to the Supreme Court? I would say, not really clear if you could even get it all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has a level of discretion as to whether or not they want to accept jurisdiction of a case. But first,
Gary Fineout, political reporter, speaking with us earlier today. We're going to take one more break here on Florida Live. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a live look right now over downtown Orlando. You can see some of the dark clouds on the horizon there, and maybe even some raindrops on the camera. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. I've got Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith joining me live as well. And Marlisa, we can hear some of the thunder overhead here in Lake Mary right now.
It's coming down. Has it started raining yet? When I walked in the studio, it hadn't yet. Okay.
We're getting a nod from Orion, so it must be raining out there.
It has started raining. I told the meteorologist last night, I'm kind of tired of it, but they look at me and roll their eyes because they're like, it's July. What do you expect?
Right.
I know.
Yeah, if you're tired of it now, then just wait. We still have a lot of summer left to go.
Yes.
Well, so Marlisa is going to be filling in for me next week here on Florida Live, so we've got her in here hanging out with us today. I was hoping with our last little bit we could talk about the Odyssey, which just came out, but then you told me you had to look it up to see what that movie was about, so we're not going to do that. But there is more coming up of our live streaming news coverage on Fox Local. Marlisa's going to be hosting that in just a minute here, so stay tuned on Fox Local for that.
Garrett.
Maybe she can Google a little bit more about this movie. and that. So thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. Marlisa will have more with you in just a minute.
See you soon.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good Friday afternoon to you. Marlisa Goldsmith here in for Garrett Weimer. It's so good to see you all again. It's been quite a while since Garrett took a vacation, but I'm happy that he's getting some time away. So I'm just kind of getting the lay of the land again before he's out next week, taking over for this half hour here on Fox 35 Plus. We have a few things to get to this afternoon. If you've looked outside at all, you know that it's another afternoon here in Central Florida. If you've been keeping up with the weather updates, we can definitely expect rain and plenty of storms this afternoon. Stick with Fox 35 for all of the updates and to make sure that you are following the updates closely, and radar, of course, to prepare for your afternoon commute. Well, in the meantime, hopefully you all have been updated on the Hillsborough County situation that happened yesterday. 2 Hillsborough County deputies were ambushed. One of the deputies shot in the face, the other deputy shot in the neck. Very unfortunate situation. But last night we got pictures from Hillsborough County showing us that both of these deputies were in the hospital on the phone. They were responsive, recovering as best as they could be. A very unfortunate situation. That incident began the night before, where the suspect allegedly held his ex-girlfriend captive, tying her up, threatening to kill her. So that is how that situation started. We actually got an update from the Hillsborough County Sheriff today, and I want to play a clip of that for you. Let's go ahead and listen to that.
I think, first of all, what everybody is wondering is, how is everything going? How are the deputies doing today?
Good morning. Thank you. I tell you what, it's nothing short of divine intervention. How do you go from being notified that you have a deputy shot in the neck, another one in the face and in the hand, and today we're sitting here talking about them both being alive? Matter of fact, what we believe, I just running a little late here, just came from the hospital visiting the 2 deputies and speaking with the doctors, that the deputy that was shot in the neck, thank God, it didn't hit anything vital. It didn't hit any vital arteries. It didn't hit his cervical spine. So he's not going to have any permanent damage. We're hoping he'll be released today. Our second deputy, again, by the grace of God, the bullet went in. There was a fragment stuck in his jaw. It took a while for them to get that out, and he needed some stitches. And now today he'll go into surgery this afternoon. I'm being told hopefully just one surgery, maybe a second surgery to repair where the bullet went in to where his ring finger is, and caused multiple fractures there, and apparently still a bunch of bullet fragments in his hand area where they'll have to remove that today.
Sheriff, I mean, given this video that we saw, given the body camera video and the drone video that you guys all shared with us, I mean, it is a miracle that these deputies are both doing as well as they are given the circumstances. Would you agree?
Nothing short of a miracle. Again, if these bullets would have been millimeters either direction, we would be talking about paralyzation. We would be talking possibly even death to one or both deputies. It is a miracle, and I couldn't be more grateful to God that we're having a conversation like we're having today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when you spoke after the shooting, and you know, as we kind of described how this all unfolded, this was, as you said, an ambush. Walk us through what you can tell us about what investigators believe happened leading up to and then during this shooting.
Yeah, the deputies followed their training. It was absolutely textbook. And then they were able to deploy innovation that greatly assists law enforcement with the use of drones. He was only a threat to himself because he was inside the house, so we could slow things down. There was no more hostage situation. There was no one else being held captive, no one else inside the residence. So they were able to pull back and maintain a safe distance. At some point, our bad guy exits the residence. Now it becomes a threat to public safety. They have to move in. They have to go towards danger. So they do a great job of how they come in tactically at different angles. So the first deputy gets in because he's being told he's walking towards the van. Well, we don't want him to get in the van, and now we have a pursuit. There's even a greater risk to the public safety. So they move in. This bad guy opens the sliding door on his van and reaches in through the van to get a better shot at our deputy sheriff as he's getting out of the car. As he gets out of the car, the door's barely shut, and he's met with a barrage of gunfire. He immediately, our bad guy, turns his attention to the second deputy who's coming in and starts firing towards him, shooting into his vehicle. As he's trying to put the car in park, He's being struck in the neck. He goes down. The third deputy, who happens to be Sergeant Bashner, is watching all this, watching the drone footage on his computers. He's pulling in and says, hey, let me take the tactical position. Once again, this training that I've received, come from the back, and he's able to neutralize and take the suspect's life, so he stopped shooting at our deputies.
Just an absolutely incredible, replaying of events yesterday. With the deputies who were shot, was this more, were they grazed? I mean, I realize I don't want to downplay the seriousness and the severity of being shot, but were they grazed more in the face and the neck?
No, a great question. No, it wasn't a graze. The bullet went in the Deputy Daniels. It went into his neck and came out the back of his neck. By the grace of God, it didn't strike any vital arteries or his spine or anything else. It was far from a graze by any means. And I can't tell you why that the first deputy arrived on scene, Deputy Moon, how the bullet went in and the casing jacket got stuck in his jaw area, and he just needed stitches. Imagine if the angle would have been different, if something would have happened. We'd be talking about a different story here this morning.
Sheriff, I mean, you're talking about millimeters, maybe less, between surviving and the conversation.
And again, that was Hillsborough County Sheriff Chronister there giving us an update on those two deputies who were unfortunately ambushed yesterday by that suspect. We have more of that interview posted on our website, fox35orlando.com. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and head to a quick break. When we come back, we have meteorologist TJ Springer in the studio this afternoon tracking severe storms. There was just a severe thunderstorm warning issued. We're going to check in with him to get the very latest to help you navigate the rest of your afternoon. We'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. We are taking a live look over our Lake Mary studio cameras here. I mean, get a look at this. This just shows the magnitude of how hard that rain is coming down at the 3 o'clock hour right now. We do have meteorologist TJ Springer, who has stepped into the studio for us this afternoon. TJ, welcome.
Thank you, Marlisa.
Happy Friday.
to you.
Oh, you thought you were going to beat me saying it.
I know. I was ready. I was like, I'm going to tell Marlisa Happy Friday. I already hung out with Garrett for a half hour.
Oh, what a treat.
Today,
What a treat.
earlier this afternoon.
Yeah.
I get to hang out with you.
Yes. Well, welcome. Happy to have you here because you are the expert, of course. We're turning to you. This rain is nothing to play with.
No. I mean, it's just torrential rain out there. And it's these storms moving, I think, a touch quicker than maybe what they typically do, Marlisa.
Really?
So it's all kind of intertwined now to that area of low pressure that is developing in the Gulf, the one that you're talking about.
Yes.
That's why we're kind of seeing that kind of swirl with all this right now.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people have been letting us know kind of what they're seeing on their end. We've been getting some viewer submissions that I want to try my best to get to here. Let's see. This is from Elif. They sent in this video here. Look at that. What type of cloud is that, TJ?
You know, at Devil's Omelette, you kind of see the rain shaft there off in the distance, Marlisa. And, you know, this is really close to our radar, and this is where essentially pretty close to where this severe storm is right now. And this low is included in that severe storm, as well as Oviedo and University Park. So it's what we're going to keep a close eye on for sure in the next 15 minutes to a half hour or so.
Okay, and it looks like this person is saying they have a completely gray sky, very loud thunder going on, and strong winds too. It looks like it.
Most definitely, yeah. And we have that potential for wind gusts up around 60 miles per hour, Marlisa, with this. That's what we had earlier this afternoon as well. And if anyone's around Bithlo, if anyone's around UCF, if anyone, I mean, I'm only imagining right now traveling on the 408, not fun, Marlisa, and we're going to continue to see this storm kind of work off to the west-northwest. This is the only severe storm that we have out there right now, and it is in effect until 3:30. So if you're with us right now on Fox Local and Florida Live on TV, we're going to be jumping right on over to Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook on Fox 35 Weather Plus to continue to watch this and if any other severe storms get issued. But right now, the story is the wind gusts potentially up around 60 miles per hour, essentially right on top of Bithlo. We can look at some of the wind right now. If you're traveling eastbound out of Orange County into Brevard County, you may have to traverse through this. And you can kind of see right now, it looks like wind gusts potentially up around 37, 40 miles per hour, maybe even a little higher than that. We can see right there, Melissa, 37. Let's see if we can click on another area here. I mean, I would say, I know it's warned for 60 mile per hour wind gusts, but definitely the potential for 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts in this as it's working up closer to the 408 and eventually UCF.
Now, tell me this, TJ, is this a maybe precursor to what we could see this weekend? I know you all have been talking about all this rain that we're supposed to get this coming weekend.
So for us, you know, we deal with this day in and day out, especially this time of the year.
Of course.
I don't think it's going to look too much different in terms of how we traverse our weekend plans usually.
Okay.
I think we'll have hit or miss storms that, you know, how we're kind of on the outer periphery of this storm. So it's the outer rain bands that'll kind of be bringing that lift to generate some showers and thunderstorms. So really, I think we'll start off most of our weekend dry each day, but then during the afternoon and evening, we start to see those storms ignite with the help of that instability.
Yeah. Okay. So looking at this radar again here, tell me, does that mean, or what's coming next, or how long can we expect this rain to be in this area, and where is it headed?
Sure. So the worst of it, it's southern Seminole and northeastern Orange County, Marlisa. So if you live in, you know, western Orange County, closer to Orlando, closer to Altamont Springs, I know it's carrying on here at our studios in Lake Mary. Not seeing severe storms for us, but certainly strong storms with lots of lightning and lots of rain. Now, if we put a little track on this here, I know it's kind of a complex of storms, kind of messy, but if we kind of lapse this back a half hour, you kind of see how it's all moving west-northwest. So eventually getting up toward likely the Sanford area. It'll probably lift up into southern Volusia County. We're already seeing some of that, Marlisa.
Yeah.
And we you know, as we zoom things on out, I know we have viewers from all over Central Florida into you know, the Tampa metro. We're seeing another strong storm that has just been allowed to expire that warning there closer to Spring Hill. So we've had a lot of storms, and I think we'll have more through the remainder of the afternoon and evening.
Yeah, and TJ, I want to remind people to go ahead and scan that QR code that you see in the bottom left-hand corner and that upper right-hand corner there. If you can do us a favor, if it's safe for you to do so, let us know what you're seeing in your area. And look at this. Katina Smith sent in this picture. It looks like she's stuck in traffic and just wrote one word: bad.
Ooh.
Yeah, I would agree. Definitely bad out there. Man.
Yeah, that does not look great. None of these easy to drive through, Marlise, especially if we start getting that ponding on the roadways and that flooding concern.
And look at this one from Ramona in Winter Park. She sent this picture. I mean, gorgeous picture, but I can only imagine what it's sounding like and looking like out there right now over her house.
Yeah, I feel like seeing that, and that's not that far away from us. You know, I feel like these storms mean business for sure, and obviously we've had already severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon. We've had some of the special weather statements for sub-severe storms, but still strong, and I think we're going to have more through the remainder of the evening.
Absolutely. Here's another one. Weather in Audubon Park today from Kristen Hopkins. And I can only imagine how brutal it gets out there with all those trees. That's always something that you have to be very aware of when it comes to these thunderstorms here in Central Florida.
Oh, 1,000%, Marlisa. And I mean, I feel like we have, you know, our root system, you know, isn't quite as maybe as strong because of where we live. You know, we have that sandy dirt, you know, the sand below us. So, you know, when the wind gets that strong, you know, we talked about earlier this week when we had those storms that ripped through portions of Osceola County and Orange County. We had trees down, debris down, you know, trees down on roofs, homes. So anytime, you know, I think, you know, we were used to seeing storms, but when you have a severe storm, we heard that thunder just outside our studios.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder here for sure, Marlisa.
I wanted to take a look here. This camera over in the UCF area. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean,
rain covering the whole camera.
In the visibility, you can barely get a glimpse of what's going on. The visibility being reduced with all the heavy rain, Marlisa.
Absolutely. This is just brutal. Okay, so we're looking at 320 right now. We saw how the storms are moving across Central Florida. Is this something that we can expect to be the duration of the evening, or what do you think?
I think we'll be seeing them through the early evening, Marlisa. Yeah, I mean, we still have a lot of instability out there, and we can see that, you know, it's a lot of the viewing area too. You know, if we zoom out, it's many of our counties seeing at least some sort of thunderstorm activity or rain at this current time, and as long as we have that instability there and that lift, we're going to see more. And you can see right now kind of where the worst of this is and where it's heading. If you live in Oviedo, Geneva, Jones Landing, this storm right now moving north around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So that would put it in Geneva in about a half hour, the worst of it. But you're getting some rain already up in Geneva. I know it's kind of a messy setup. It's kind of a tough track to see because we have this severe storm, but we already have storms up closer to I-4, closer to Sanford, US 1792. But this kind of just goes to show at least this part of the storm getting up in this area. Lake Jessup in about 42 minutes, Mullet Lake Park within about 52, and same for Palm Shadows. And we do have another storm that's developing just to the south and east of this one. This one not included in that severe thunderstorm warning, but this one is just to the west of Port St. John. And you can kind of see, Marlisa, where the sea breeze is right now. And it's kind of including central Brevard County, kind of hugging I-95. So that's providing the lift for some storms, but all of this, for the most part, especially what is over toward the Gulf Coast, toward Tampa, that's all developing with the help of this low, the one that we're going to watch closely if it can get some tropical characteristics over the next 2 to 7 days.
Yeah.
But certainly going to be an active evening for us, I'm thinking. Do have a marginal risk. It's still a low-end risk of severe weather, but just like we've seen, we've already gotten a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, and a couple more are certainly possible through the rest of the evening.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to get back to our viewer submissions to see if we had anything else pop up. Again, we appreciate you all sending in your pictures and your videos of where you are, helping us get a better glimpse, a better idea of what the weather is looking like all across Central Florida. Still another image, if you're just joining us, we're just taking a look at some of the rain and storm action that's happening in our area. This was a video sent in from Kristen Hopkins in Audubon, again, just showing us what it looks like in her area. Again, the clouds there. Now, this isn't the worst that we've seen out there. I mean, it's been a few minutes since Kristen has sent this video in, so maybe it's changing at this point. But I'm always concerned about those trees that are all around.
Oh, yeah, most definitely, Marlisa. And anytime you have big trees in your yard, especially trees that are a little older, maybe they have branches that are potentially compromised. That's what we always say when you have the potential for strong storms, especially in hurricane season. If we're tracking something tropical, you want to make sure those things are trimmed back and you're ready to go when you have storms of this magnitude that can move on through.
Yeah, and I'm looking at, what is this, 417 here on the toll road. I mean, you can see traffic is moving smoothly, but definitely rain out there. Obviously, we always want to urge people to use caution while they're driving in these type of conditions, because I think sometimes, especially living here in Central Florida, I don't know how you feel, TJ, but sometimes I feel that everyone thinks, oh, we do this all the time, we live here, but that's when the accidents happen.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we always say when we get storms like this, leave extra distance between your vehicle and the one in front of you. Don't overdo it out there. I mean, hydroplaning can cause accidents just alone, and you have to increase your stopping distance. You can lose control.
Oh, wait a minute, TJ, we just got another. This looks like a new viewer submission.
Oh wow,
okay. Let me see this Odessa Starkey. Okay, wait, because I think I saw lightning. Where is it? I want to see it again.
It definitely looks rough either way. Definitely seeing the rain coming down. That's for sure, Marlisa.
Oh,
there it is. Wow.
My goodness gracious! He just dove down behind his truck there.
I'm so glad he was okay. That was way too close for comfort. Yeah, that's unbelievable. And he probably, I mean, when lightning's that close, I mean, there's no delay. It's just like bam, crack. You know.
Bless his heart.
Thank goodness he's okay.
Again, another reminder for us all to be careful if you have to be out there, to definitely use caution while you're out there.
Most definitely, Marlisa.
Yeah.
And I know you showed the 417 just moments ago, and we're definitely seeing that heavy rain hugging the 417 loop around the eastern part of Orlando, and thankfully not severe on top of the 417, but we still have that warning that's in play for Seminole County and Orange County until 3:30.
Oh, until 3:30. Okay, so we still have about 4 minutes until that expires.
4 minutes left. Yeah, I do want to see if the wind has gotten any more intense. It looks like this is. I always say, release the lightning is a good indicator of how intense a storm is. If there's a pickup in lightning, count storms intensifying or vice versa. It's weakening, but it looks like there's still some potential wind gusts, maybe around 40 miles per hour, showing 30 miles per hour. I would say still 30, 40, 50 miles per hour plus maybe possible here in this storm as it's starting to work off to the northwest around 5 to 10 miles per hour.
And remind me, what I guess wind per hour is it where we start saying, okay, this can get close to tornadoes? Is that 60?
So yeah, 60 miles per hour, that's that severe threshold.
Got it.
When we see those special weather statements, typically the National Weather Service can issue those when we get up to 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts, and we've seen a good handful of those already today. Right now, this is our only severe thunderstorm, thankfully, and I would imagine that just looking at this right now through our radar lens, I would imagine that this would be able to expire here at the bottom of the hour, which is good. But there's still lots of strong storms out there, gusty wind, torrential rain. I think the potential still for some minor flooding, too, as we head through the remainder
That's another thing that we have to be mindful of. You're absolutely right. I know we've been reporting on, different areas like Titusville and places like that they've been hit with flooding time and time again. I mean, we're constantly reporting out there, and it almost reaches a point where they're dealing with so much of it that they can't even catch their breath.
No. And we talked about Colonial, for us, closer to Orlando, how bad that flooding was earlier this week. And I mean, it looked like you were on a lake. And the sad part is, and this is why we always say, I mean, I feel like I could say it till I'm blue in the face, turn around, don't drown, and people are still going to drive through. But then your car's stuck and it's damaged badly, potentially. So
a lot of times totaled. You can't even make use of it anymore.
No. So that's when we saw a lot of cars, and you know your own vehicle, you know what it's capable of, but especially in these cases, you just don't know how deep that water is.
Absolutely.
And it could cause harm and real damage.
Yeah, absolutely, TJ. Okay, so we're looking at about a minute and a half or so until that specific warning is supposed to expire?
Yeah, and thankfully that's our only one out there. Still getting some really good rain just to the west of Sanford, pretty close to Orange City, DeLand. Deltona, you're dry, seeing some rain up close to DeBerry, and then we have some more rain up closer to Ocala and Bellevue as well, which is where we had a severe thunderstorm already today. But I think we'll have to watch that sea breeze come in. We're already seeing some storms popping up in western Brevard County, Marlisa, eastern Osceola, and then we'll see kind of how this all comes together through the remainder of the evening.